Welcome everybody to Stream League 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I'm here joined with Jim Davis, here legend, Magic the Gathering commentator and content creator here. Today we're going to be starting out with round 1 featuring a couple different matchups that we don't really see right in Historic. This is a Historic tournament, 5 rounds of Swiss. Followed by a top 8 for $1,000 prize pool. Also, once again, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. You can type in exclamation point Cool Stuff in chat and type in James5 there at checkout to get 5% off your order. Little shill there. Also, our first match is going to be Shinoji playing Green White Angels versus Voidin playing Mardu Humans. This is a tournament full of streamers. This is a streamer-only, invite-only tournament. What do you feel about the Historic metagame right now? If you've been following along with it, Jim, and what do you expect to see out of this Green-White Angels versus Mardu Humans matchup?
This is pretty exciting, actually, because most of the focus has been on Standard. You know, when a new set comes out, you know, aside from Strixhaven and the Mystical Archive, for the most part, you look at it from a Standard point of view first, then other things. And we're seeing a lot of these new cards, though, in this Selesnya Angels deck. We have the Book of Exalted Deeds, Cleric class. Of course, Book of Exalted Deeds forms a pretty cool combo with Faceless Haven for your Platinum Angel. You can't kill my land, you can't win the game, which is pretty cool. So working that into the Angel shell that already wants to gain life is super cool. And then this Mardu Humans deck, while not featuring many new cards, this is an archetype that I've honestly wanted to give a try myself. With Arclight Phoenix decks being super popular, the card Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, really good card. Major staple in older formats, hasn't really found a home in Historic yet. And you put that alongside General Kudro of Drannith, you form a pretty good 1-2 punch against Phoenix, where Thalia taxes their spells, and the General taxes the graveyard, and then as long as you surround that with a decent attacking force, you can do pretty good. So pretty excited to see a deck that I've wanted to try, and then a kind of new take on this Angels deck.
Our second feature match here is going to be Umboompa playing Esperiorion versus Berserksy playing Blue-Black Rogues. Now, Berserksy always plays Rogues. They did very well in one of the other tournaments playing Rogues. I would assume that Rogues has the advantage here, especially in Historic, where Rogues has all the tools that are going to be rotating out of Standard. What does Esperiorion have to do against Rogues in order to pull it off here in match number 2 for features?
They got to be cheap and they got to be lean. You know, the real issue is that the Rogues deck in Historic is probably the Historic deck that looks most like a Legacy deck. The curve is super low. We see 4 Brainstorm, we see Thoughtseize, Memory Lapse, Inquisition, cheap counterspells, Fatal Push. Basically every card in this entire deck costs less than 3, with the exception of End of a Story, which is a high power card draw spell. So very lean, very efficient, very flashy, and flashy in the sense of the flash mechanic, not in like a showman kind of sense. And of course, the Esperiorion deck is kind of the opposite. A lot of expensive spells, Planeswalkers, Narset. This particular version is playing Demonic Pact and Doom Foretold. And while these cards are powerful, they are kind of clunky. They are sorcery speed. So definitely gonna need to be able to be nimble, try and get a little lower curve action, and not let the Rogues deck get ahead. So if the Rogue deck gets ahead, it's gonna be able to lock it up pretty easily with Memory Lapse and Friends.
As we go ahead and get this round started, we do have a few people already playing. Let's go ahead and start with one that that's a ultimatum build with Lotus Cobra playing against this green, playing as a Bant version of Angels. Let's go ahead and jump into the match. It's turn 3 of the first game, and we will go back to the Rogues and the other Angels build in a second. Let's go ahead and talk about this game going on right now. There's a Tamiyo that just came down in play as well.
Yeah, this looks like a Standard deck. You know, I mean, Tamiyo, of course, a card that we saw a lot in Standard in the older formats when it was legal, obviously. And Ultimatum, a very popular Standard card. And Lotus Cobra is kind of a card that we don't see as much because, I mean, it just gets stomped in Standard, and then in Historic there are a lot of cheap removal spells that can deal with it as well. So pretty interesting. I imagine the Angel deck doesn't really have a great answer in game 1 to Ultimatum, so this feels like mostly a race to that card.
Yeah, especially because there wasn't an extra land in the hand of Lotus Cobra. Tamio being a really good card to just gather lands up out of the graveyard if you can, because the -3 can get a land.
Yes, definitely, for sure. I mean, a lot of pressure on the Angels player to both attack these planeswalkers as well as actually kill Jamal before the ultimatums can go off. And of course we can see the hands. Yeah, Harvey cannot. So we know these ultimatums are looming, and the mana is building. 2 planeswalkers in play now. Lots to deal with, and a new card in. I actually don't even Inferno of the Star Mounts. That's pretty exciting. Definitely, I suppose it's part of a package with Ultimatum and try and hit Terror of the Peaks and Friends and try and go for the one-shot kill.
Right. We see a Glacial Fortress come down. Collected Company main phase. This could spell trouble here for for an Ultimatum player if we can't just fire off an Ultimatum next turn. But the cool thing is that if this Lotus Cobra survives, we might see a big swing here.
Yeah, I mean the good news is that for Jamal is that he's still at 20, so that's that's a pretty good place to be. Should have enough time. The Angels deck will put a lot of power in play, but if Jamal's able to just Ultimatum and fire off multiple dragons and win the game on the spot, that shouldn't matter. Now the Limbala is a bit of a wrench in that plan because Limbala can give Harvey Hexproof, which can stop the ability to Terror of the Peaks. And I don't have this deck was actually loaded right now, so I'm assuming Terror of the Peaks is part of the plan with the Ultimatum. But we'll see. Attacks coming in on the Planeswalkers, but really, those are kind of just they've already done their job,
All right, let's see this brainstorm. We do have a Fabled Passage. We can shuffle some things back that we don't like. I mean, I don't think there's anything in this hand that we don't like, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the dragon is probably better in the deck for possible ultimatums. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, I think the ultimatum's going off next turn, and I assume it's going to be very, very good. We don't know exactly. Roll the D20 or whatever, as everyone's complaining about. Too much randomness and magic. But let's just cast this ultimatum. That's totally okay.
I mean, you were gonna say like roll the dice, right? And it's just like actually matters in this format now, or with the right. New cards.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, oh my God, we're rolling a die to see if we scry 1 or scry 2. You ever cast Company before? You ever cast Ultimatum? There's plenty of RNG in Magic. It's part of the game.
I mean, it might as well not. Company might as well not say D20 on the card, but it might as well say it, right?
Right. Exactly. So not the best hits here. A dragon and a Lotus Cobra, but a lot of spells, and you really want to find permanence with your ultimatums. Ooh, Old Gnawbone. That was a card that I chewed out in my set review yesterday.
You chewed it out? What'd you say about it? Now I have to know. That
card's very good. I suppose if you're trying to kind of combo off and keep casting ultimatums, that's kind of a cool way to use the card. So this is a big turn for our Angels player. The ultimatum kind of missed, and they don't know if there's another ultimatum looming, but the Alrund's Epiphany is looming. And between that and Tamio, this next turn could be pretty nasty. And then, of course, we know the ultimate is there as well. So a lot of pressure on our Angels player to make some big moves here. And I don't think Double Bishop of Wings is the big moves that they're looking for. In come the Angels, not scared of this dragon at all.
Yeah.
Limbala can make things indestructible, but
this could be a position where the Angels deck just chump attacks a couple times and wins the game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously now that the bishops are in play, the Angel dies. You get tokens, which is kind of cool. It's always funny watching a dragon eat an angel. But yeah, 11 life is still plenty. And another ultimatum's coming down here. Double Lotus Cobra. And the ultimatum can put lands in, too. And we saw this early on when Omnath was still legal when it first came out. You can ultimatum with Lotus Cobras in play and Omnath's in play. Omnath's not here, but you can make more lands, make more mana, keep casting spells. It can go pretty crazy. So we see Goldspan Dragon, Gnawbone, more mana. And now between the treasures and the mana, I imagine this Epiphany will be cast also. We have a braid on a token. I guess we can braid both tokens. All the dragons come in. Million treasures. Allrun's Epiphany. Things are looking pretty good here for our ultimatum player.
We were talking about last turn how like maybe they jump attack a couple times, win the game, maybe make a couple angels, but I mean it's looking a little scary, especially with the additional mana from the Goldspan Dragon. We have a Allrun's Epiphany that's able to be cast here. This could just be the end.
Yeah, I mean the Gnawbone here is looking pretty good, honestly. If it's down and making tokens, that's the real goal. So
are you going to change your mind on Gnawbone now? Are you going to change your mind?
I think, I mean, if you're putting the card into play for free, sure. I was thinking more about casting it or things like that. But yeah, I mean, this is like a pseudo combo deck anyway. So in that vein, it does work well. And there actually are no Terror of the Peaks. So my guess was incorrect. You see Omniscience, only one Epiphany too. Pretty interesting spread of larger threats.
Maybe that's what they're going for here. Like, maybe put a bunch of different threats on board, and maybe the opponent can't deal with all the different types of threats. There's we see Shark Typhoon also. Just so many different variables of threats in this deck.
Yeah, definitely. And Goldspan Dragon, of course, is a very castable card. Definitely a much more castable card than Terror of the Peaks is, where casting Terror of the Peaks feels kind of casting Goldspan Dragon feels awesome. So, and then, of course, it's not a bad hit off of your ultimatums anyway. So,
right.
So, a lot of counter spells on the board, which aren't really super relevant in this matchup. Mentioned a Braid's been pretty important. Prismari Command's interesting. Doesn't really kill much on the Angel side. Most of their things are 3 toughness or more. Of course, a good old Growth Spiral. Yeah, Bishop of Wings, Prismari Command's not killing much. I think Soul Ward might be the only card that it actually kills. So, sort of, if Prismari Command's not killing anything, it's fairly inefficient. We can make a treasure or loot or whatever, but...
Right.
So we see a 2-drop on turn 3 here. So not one of the many 3-drop angels in Youthful Angel. We'll see a Growth Spiral and a Brainstorm. Lotus Garber looks pretty good too. Interestingly enough, we see a Test of Talents, which is an interesting card to bring in against the almost all creature deck. Of course, it can counter the cornerstone card of Collected Company and exile all of them, which is pretty sweet. And it can also defend against counter spells. So narrow, but very, very effective if it works. Gonna leave that S Talents up. Archon of Ameria. Now, the cards from Ultimatum are put on the battlefield, not cast. So Archon should just be a mild annoyance here.
Yeah, we can't just play this and play Prismari Command in the same turn, but we can always just do that. We can always just either play it next turn or test the talents next turn. It shouldn't be that big of a problem, right?
For sure.
Let's see if we can play a land and have another Collected Company here. That could I would say it could spell trouble, but we do have that Test of Talents here.
So Resplendent Angel doesn't do enough. The trigger requires 5 mana or 5 life gain to make the token. So only really pumping up the Youthful Angel. This isn't really a super dominating attack. And then, of course, some angels can stay home and try and block Goldspan Dragon, which looks like it's going to happen here. So by leaving Resplendent Angel and Youthful Angel home, the Goldspan Dragon has trouble attacking. That's honestly one of the best ways to often defend against Goldspan Dragon is just to not let it attack more than once and threaten them with some good blocks. We see this in Standard a lot as well. So the Angels are staying home, but of course the issue is that the Angel deck is definitely the beatdown deck here. The end game of this Teamer deck is pretty endgamey with the Ultimatums and the Friends. So the more that Harvey is on defense, the better it is for our Teamer player.
Would you say that we could start commencing the end game?
Yes. We're in the end game now.
Tamiyo's an interesting card. We don't see a lot of this card in Historic. that I've seen playing Historic. What do you think is the? I've always think like 4-mana sorcery speed things in like a. I don't know. I don't know if I would feel as confident playing that card in Historic with like say this Angel deck that could just attack it down. But maybe its plus just gives it enough loyalty to where it like it just it gains a lot of life if they choose to kill it.
Yeah, I think that usually you see Tameo in decks that are utilizing the graveyard in some way. So even if you don't find the card that you want, you're still filling your graveyard and things like that. But I suppose Jamal here is looking for ultimatums to go to find it. It kind of does divert pressure, like we're seeing right now. So this is a bunch of damage not going to Jamal's face. Interesting choice here. The Test of Talents was drawn off the Brainstorm, so that Declaration of Stone could have been countered, leaving the Goldspan Dragon in play. And now the issue is the sort of Brainstorm loss here, where I'm sorry, there's an Archon in play, so it can't be cast 2 spells. But the Brainstorm lock is real here, where 2 lands on top, not much going on. This is not a great spot to be in. Adds a mana off the land. Doesn't crack the clue because there's a land on top, and that's already a known information. So the next the top card, the card under that mountain needs to be very, very good here. We're going to game 3. Here come the Angels. That's a bop. Down to 6. Here's the clue. Draw the mountain. And the next card is going to be. And of course, also, there could be a counterspell in Harvey's hand as well. So it's a Castle Vantress. So
wow.
Yeah, not too good there, unfortunately. A little bit of a clump of lands to end this game.
All right, and this is how I kind of expect the Angels matchup to go, right? For there's a creature on 1, creature on 2, creature on 3 is like almost already good enough if the Ultimatum deck doesn't get like a strong start with a Growth Spiral. Especially if they roll off a couple companies, then it's a big problem. And if you see the Ultimatum deck here, there's like a lot of different threats as we talked about, but how many answers are there? We see like 1 Storm's Wrath, which is very good. But I think what the Ultimatum deck has to focus on right now is just like playing their own game plan rather than dealing with their opponent's things, because their own game plan faster than the opponent can kill them is just going to be good enough to win.
Yeah, the interaction here is not particularly well suited. The Abrades are good. I'm surprised to see the Abrades out, actually, because there's so many 3/3s in the Angel deck. But they come back in. Again, Prismari Command, not looking too good here. It doesn't really kill much, So I feel like that's an interactive card that's not really interacting super well. And I think you're right. Either the choice is I'm going to play some interaction, but if my interaction doesn't line up well, my best choice is just a jam. Just trying to get to ultimate as fast as possible.
Yep.
So I suppose the Prismari Command can make a treasure, make things go a little faster. But yeah, I think this is going to be a lot on Jamal's ability to just do his thing as efficiently as possible.
I think the reason to have Prismari Command in is not even to interact. I mean, I guess it can interact with something like a Soul Warden, but I think the reason for Prismari Command in the deck is just to make that treasure token to be able to and like draw 2, discard 2 to make sure that you can combo.
Yeah, that is fair. So we see double spiral here. It's a pretty decent start. Ooh.
Oh, wow. We might still be able to single spiral plus play a 2-drop. Well, I actually don't even know. So yeah, we see a red land come down here. You see this Prismari Command for 4 mana taking out... Maybe attempting to take out the Thalia here, because Thalia has a problem with double Growth Spiral in hand.
Yeah, it's got to be Thalia here. Now, Thalia is a card that's obviously very, very good, but a little awkward in Historic because the main creature decks are company decks often. So, like, you often don't want to play Thalia in your company deck unless, it's more of a sideboard card or for things like this. But yeah, definitely Prismari Command for all the my saying it's not going to be, have a good card. that finds a really good one. Very interesting. There's no play on 3 here for the Angel deck. The deck full of 3-drops. It's kind of got to wonder what's in the Angel player's hand here.
All right, we see the Splendid Angel come down. Now, our Splendid Angel is going to be a big reason why Harvey could win this game, but I don't really see it coming. Resplendent Angel making a bunch of 4/4s every turn is going to stonewall these gold spans, but with 2 gold spans on the battlefield, it could be real trouble. But we do only have, we're only twiddling our thumbs here if we're the Lotus Cobra player here.
Yeah, it's funny because it looks like the Angel deck should outclass this Teamer deck in the mid game, because their creatures are bigger, they're faster.
Yep.
But this is just a Goldspan Dragon game. The draw on the Angel side was kind of slow, and just suppose turn 4 Goldspan, turn 5 Goldspan is pretty good. And there's the ultimatum up the top too. So now we see this kind of a aggressive start backed up by the key card. And the problem now is that the Angel player needs to leave up an answer to his ultimatum, but also actually beat these dragons too. Good news here for Jamal is that a mystical dispute can be paid for.
But it's a veto.
No, veto cannot. But again, is that even enough? Are these Goldspan dragons going to end the game?
And it can, are we going to see a full attack here?
I like the full attack a lot. At this point, the Lotus Cobras, there's no cards in hand, no lands in play, plenty of mana off treasures. Just send and end this game. Very, very strange game as far as kind of like the knowing your role aspect, where they totally flipped. You would think the Angel deck is the beatdown deck, but the way this draw is lined up, I mean, these Goldspan Dragons are just killing.
I kind of like how this player built their deck to where you don't need ultimatum to win the game. I like that aspect of it too. You can just win with either Nissa, Goldspan Dragon, Shark Typhoon out of the sideboard. There's a lot of tools in this deck, a lot of threats. One of the problems, I guess, with having a lot of threats is the amount of interaction you have, right? The interaction in the deck is very, very low. We saw even post board against the aggro deck, right? Against the Angels deck, we have like 1 Storm's Wrath, a couple of Braids. This deck really, really wants to get its game plan, and if it starts twiddling its thumbs and draws like a few Lotus Cobras in a row without a payoff, it could be real trouble. But we saw the power of this deck here.
Yeah, that was an impressive game, honestly. The kind of game where you would think, if you said before the game started, this game is going to involve Goldspan Dragon and not much else, will Teamer win that game? And you probably would say no. But the way the game played out, they were fast enough. The Angels player's hand was a little too not a lot going on, not a great curve, and it worked out.
We're going to go ahead and move into this matchup here with Harding playing against Zansiad. Zansiad playing a mono-white snow deck. And also Harding playing looks like a Mardu mid-range deck. Mardu Dragons, maybe.
Mardu Dragons, there we go. It was a popular deck in Standard like a million years ago.
I never played in that Standard.
Yeah, that was a while ago. That was actually I remember I played an invitational, the Star City Invitational, with my fiance Nicole. It was her first ever invitational, and she played Mardu Dragons. Vanishing Verse, very good answer for a Danto Vanguard. Not a lot of cards that kill that one, but that's a good one. See, Dragon's Horde here too. Pretty cool artifact. The amount of artifact makes any color, and I think if a dragon comes into play, it gets counters, and you can draw cards off of it. Plays very well with Thoughtseize. These sort of 3 mana mana rocks that try and ramp to 5. Very good if you can play it and then play a spell immediately. So here we're going to see a Vanishing Verse, but even a turn 3 Dragon's Horde plus Thoughtseize is also a really good line too. See a new card on Zan's side of the board. That is the Loyal Warhound, the Knight of the White Orchid kind of card. Gets a plains on the draw. There's another one. So even more planes showing up. And it is only a 3/1 Vigilance, which is passable. A lot of dogs here, a little dog tribal. Who let the dogs out and so on and so forth.
I mean, I really do like that dog though. On the draw you get a land, usually, and on the play it's a 3/1 Vigilance.
Yeah, I'm a little softer on it, honestly. I think that the bodies in Standard or Historic are all really, really good. So the 3/1 Vigilance it lines up only okay against things. And I just like my cards to always work. It is really cool that the card's good on the draw, but on the play, it's just kind of just like a 3/1. I'm not super big on it. The thing is that what's this deck sort of ramping towards? It's gotten a few extra lands in play, but we see Goldspan Dragon on defense here. Now, I believe Goldspan Dragon can only add 1 mana or a mana of 1 color off treasure, so Lightning Helix not castable off the dragon. We see another dragon. Just dragons for days. And once again, going to stay home. Nope, not this time. Goldspan Dragon coming in, making a treasure, and now the Helix is available. So 4/3 Dragon on defense. The new, it's a Frost Tyrant, I believe. And Skyclave Apparition will answer that, although the Helix can be cast on this board. Selfless Savior can kind of handle that too, though. So kind of a rough spot here. That was a good draw. The mono white deck usually can't handle a 4-drop dragon. Skyclave does it. I imagine we'll see Helix here. We'll see a dog being sacrificed, 3 life gained, and a total of 5 damage coming across. It looks like that's what's going to happen. This Thoughtseize in hand, not looking too good. We have a Goldspan Dragon and not much else. I believe a Dragon's Horde can draw cards. I would need to know exactly what that card does off the top of my head, but
What do you think? What do you think about this this dragon ramp artifact?
I'm actually looking at the text of it right now.
I believe you can like draw cards from it as well. Like when a dragon enters the battlefield, it puts a counter on it, or when you cast the dragon, and then you can draw
dragon
cards.
that comes into play will add a gold counter, and you just tap it to draw a card by removing a gold counter, which is pretty good actually. Card's sweet. I recall trying to play that card in standard back when it was legal, and just not really making it work. But there's a lot of dragons in this deck. We see a new dragon also. The Paladin, these sort of like humanoid dragons. I don't play D&D personally, so when I saw these, I was like, what? Why is that dragon wearing clothes? But they are dragons as far as Magic goes. So we, another cheap dragon to add to the group here, and that sort of helps the tribal synergies a lot. Thoughtseize is still not looking too good. Couldn't have been cast, but I wonder if it would have been cast if given the option. 7 life here, somewhat precarious, and our white player pretty head in the board.
It'd be interesting how this dungeon mechanic works in Historic, and if it's good enough. I've been playing some Historic recently. I've been playing Historic a lot actually after the new cards came out, and Dungeon hasn't really seemed like it's been powerful enough. But I mean, I'm willing to be wrong.
Yeah, the mechanic is fairly parasitic in that you want to play a lot of dungeon cards to make them work. Although the rate on that card in particular is pretty reasonable. If you're looking for a cheap dragon, it fills the bill. It's a 3/3. It has vigilance. It can self-perpetuate and keep venturing over and over again. So I think that, getting deeper into the dungeons is pretty important if you are playing those cards. So there's definitely an element of wanting to play a lot of them. But certainly a reasonable 3-drop for sure for your dragon deck.
Right. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get one more match. What do you think about the match has been so far? So far, it's been like a couple kind of weird games, right?
Yeah, a lot of Goldspan Dragon.
Yeah.
It's funny. That card is just so good. I mean, it's as a person who owns a cube, you got to curate your cards down. Which 5-drop haste dragon do I want? And it's been added to the list now with Glorybringer and Stormbreath Dragon, Thundermaw, Hellkite. I think Goldspan Dragon is probably the best of all of them. The card's just really, really good. It's seeing a lot of play across multiple formats. The mana generation is insane. The card's just really good.
Now let's go into game 2 here with Ali Eldrazi playing my 75 exactly of the Niv Mizzet Reborn list. Let's go ahead and jump over to that and see how he's doing.
More dragons.
We like dragons here, Jim.
Clearly. And there's one right there. And holding the fort here against Rankle and the new creature land. The new creature lands are very, very cool.
I've found that creature lands are very good, except for the fact that they take a lot of mana to activate, like a lot of mana.
Yeah, the fact they come in untapped on turn 1 is absolutely huge. That makes the opportunity cost fairly low. So even if they are not going to actually be activated that often, because the opportunity cost is so low, you should get a lot of benefit off it for very little cost.
Right. I would say unless you're playing, I mean, I don't know if it, maybe something like the so I mean, what's the land that puts counters on it by paying 4 mana? Maybe that one's better in control decks, but maybe this one's better in like every other deck.
The Crawling Barrens is definitely like an end game kind of threat, but it is quite slow, you know. Whereas these other lands are better in aggressive decks. One awkward thing though is that the creature lands don't play very well with perhaps the best creature land in the format, which is Faceless Haven. You know, so every non-snow land you add to your deck is certainly a pretty serious cost here. And that's a pretty devastating Lightning Helix. Looking like Ollie's got this one in hand.
Jarvis did win game 1, so, and in my experience, this mono black deck is a very bad matchup. But one of the cards that I've been playing, and I'll try to just put all the credit on Ollie here, is Kunaros. Lifelink matters a lot. Vigilance matters a lot, and Graveyard Synergies matters a lot, as you see this Dread Wanderer unable to be cast out of the graveyard.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the what makes mono black aggro good is how resilient the threats are. You know, yeah, Gutter Bones, Dread Wanderer, not really the most impressive stats, but when they just keep coming back over and over and over again, Skyclave Shade, same idea. We can see how that now Jarvis has got to look at things. All right, maybe I should chill on some of this graveyard stuff. So
right,
shaving down a little bit on some of the graveyard creatures. Important to note, though, that this game, the mono black player will be on the play, which is a very big deal, you know, and it comes down to the card quality in Ollie's deck is going to be high, but aside from a card like Deafening Clarion, it's a lot of 1-for-1 stuff, Lightning Helix, Vanishing Verse, and so on and so forth. So if Jarvis can keep Ollie off of actually casting Niv Mizzet with Thoughtseize, that's going to be a major factor. I think if a Niv Mizzet Reborn resolves and the game doesn't end that turn for Jarvis, it's probably going to go in Ollie's favor.
Right.
Ollie here. I mean, lots of work out sideboard wise with these 5-color decks. There's so many different cards. You know, usually a big smattering of different effects. So Ollie working on sideboarding for game 3.
And there is
for the winner here.
Go ahead. Who am I calling for the winner? I think I'm as much as I would like for Niv to win here, I'm calling on Jarvis Moonbeam to take this one on the play.
Yeah, it's definitely Jarvis has to be the favorite. You know, I mean, Thoughtseize is just so good. You know, the big way to stop a card like Niv Mizzet Reborn is you need to counter it or make them discard it. Because if it ever resolves, even if you kill it immediately, there's no way to stop the cascaded card advantage.
One of the problems with Niv Mizzet is like an aggressive clock with a bunch of hand disruption, and we see exactly that here in Jarvis's hand.
A very interesting choice here from Jarvis to play the Thoughtseize turn 1 over the 1-drop when the Niv Mizzet deck plays a lot of tap lands and doesn't often have a turn 1 play. So you see the Dog is gone, the Clarion is gone, and the Expressive Iteration is left. Iteration, a really good card for this deck, giving it the cheap card draw it needs.
Right. I would say that if Jarvis Moonbeam had played Gutterbones in turn 1 and then went to double Thoughtseize turn 2, that might have been better, but it might still work out. With double,
yeah, for sure. Might have missed 2 points there. Maybe a little too careful. You know, with discard spells, it's always very important to figure out what's going to happen on the next turn. When do I need to cast a discard spell? So it can often be right to just hold them. You know, if you're concerned with a certain card at a certain point on the curve. But drew land number 3 and land number 4 here. Spawn of Mayhem is down, and 2 go blanks in hand, ready to attack the hand of Ollie. And the issue with go blank is, while it is usually good against control decks, it's not good particularly against the card Niv Mizzet Reborn, because Ollie only needs 1 card to resolve to put all the cards back into his hand. So we'll see how this plays out. Here's a go blank, puts Ollie down to 2 cards in hand, but again, 2 cards in hand is just enough to go land and Niv Mizzet. So we'll see.
Okay, we keep an Expressive Iteration. This 4/4 is going to be a real problem. Lightning Helix is a really pivotal card in this matchup. It does not kill the Spawn of Mayhem.
Yeah, Spawn of Mayhem is really good at dodging a lot of the common removal spells in the format. Definitely the threat you don't want to see on turn 3 out of mono black.
Especially after 2 Thoughtseize.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it does close the game pretty quickly. Hard to kill, evasive. Ollie in the tank here. And iteration, it is a very good card, but it is a little bit slow. You draw a card, only have a few mana left over. Usually you're finding a land with the exile ability on it. So it often doesn't affect the board the turn you play it with only 4 lands in play.
Right.
And Ollie kind of needs an answer right now. So here it comes. We'll see what it turns up. Very, very fast selections. And then passes the turn with a tap land. So here come the clowns. Here comes the go blank. But we have 5 mana and a card in hand. And it is getting a little low as far as life goes for Niv Mizzet. But Ollie would survive at 1 life if the Niv Mizzet is able to resolve and stay on the battlefield. Ollie discards a Niv Mizzet.
Wow.
So very interesting. What is this last card in Ollie's hand? We're about to see it. Ollie's giving us a sweat. Oh my. It's a new card here in Orcus, Prince of Undeath. And using the ability to give all creatures -X, -X, and also lose a life. But Ollie goes to 2 on this exchange. And Gutterbones is just coming back. There's now a creature land up in play too. I don't see a way out for Ollie here. Interesting choice though. Ollie had the Niv Mizzet and decided that he would rather play this demon instead.
I think it's because the demon killed the other creature, but maybe they should have just played Niv Mizzet, tried to go ahead and search for a try to look at the top 10 to try to get the black-white card that exiles a creature, but
right, Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, Vanishing Verse, yeah.
A lot of combinations of cards that would have saved Ollie there. You're definitely correct in that, like, the Niv Mizzet would have need to have hit, for sure, But I think that that's a more reasonable path to victory, where you are letting you are rolling the dice a little bit, but you got to hit to win. And Ollie would have been at 1 life, untapping with Niv Mizzet in play, and against the Spawn of Mayhem. Or the Spawn couldn't attack, and then Ollie has plenty of time to cast spells too. So there's Lightning Helix.
Wow.
So drew a card anyway, and we see Ollie bound to 1, 2 small creatures in play. We got some big draws here. Deafening Clarion.
Also, if we had played Niv Mizzet there, then we could have got a Clarion and also lifelinked for 6.
Absolutely, for sure. So Ollie went with the safer play of the guaranteed demon that kills the 2/1. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it ended up not working out. I mean, the creature land draw was very, very good for a mono black player. Able to recur the Gutter Bones off the trigger on the Spawn of Mayhem, and able to put just too much stuff in play.
Right. That was very interesting, though. I love that there's a lot of lines you could play. We saw a lot of lines being played from the mono black deck. We saw a lot of different lines that could have been played from the Niv Mizzet deck. Mono black is one of the worst matchups for Niv Mizzet, as you can see. A lot of hand pressure and a lot of board pressure as well. Will definitely be really hard for the Niv Mizzet deck to handle. Ali Eldrazi did make it into the top 4, I believe, in Stream League 4. So we'll see if he can pull it out here. There is 4 rounds of Swiss today. Since we did have a couple dropouts last second, we had to switch it from 5 rounds to 4. So we will have 4 rounds today. So that is the first round. We do have, I believe, 1 more player playing, but unfortunately we are not able to capture their screen. So we are going to be back in a few minutes for the second round, while the last person finishes their match. What are you looking forward to seeing, and maybe that we didn't see in round 1? What are you looking forward to seeing in round 2?
And we saw no Arclight Phoenixes. We saw no Indomitable Creativities, a card I've been playing a lot in Historic. Those are 2 of the biggest cards. Also, no Jeskai Control either. So no Teferis, no Arclights, no Creativities. Definitely interesting to see what those cards have to offer as kind of the top tier of the format, and how they're going to interact with the new cards as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? Because a lot of people are saying that, Arclight Phoenix is the best deck. Maybe Jeskai Control is the best deck. Maybe Indomitable Creativity is the best deck, right? So, we didn't see any of that in round 1. I believe we do have another match here. It looks like they haven't even started game 1 yet. Hopefully we didn't start round 2. Let's go ahead and jump right into this match. I'm not sure if this is, it shouldn't be round 2. It's Shinoji against Asteoshu playing.
I think this is a ladder match.
Are you serious? This is a ladder match.
Their
Are you
rankings are
kidding me?
displayed.
All right, ladder matches in Stream League 5. Let's go. Let's go ahead and go back here. If you want to see the ladder matches, you can just play your own ladder matches yourself. Or by the way, there's no spectator mode, but you saw it here first. Let's go ahead and give you a couple minutes here to go into the next round in Stream League number 5. Back in a couple minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Round 2, Stream League number 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. You can always type an exclamation point Cool Stuff in chat to see what it says there. We have a match here that is Killadub playing Blue-White Control versus Voiden playing Mardu Human. So we didn't get a chance to watch the Mardu Humans match played last round, but we will be able to see the match played this round. What do you think about this matchup that we're going to go into right now?
I see a Blue-White Control list, which I like. I see Manatithe, which I like. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Dahlia looks pretty good here. The Mardu Human deck doesn't have like a ton of resilience. Inspectors, a couple Spellbinders, stuff like that. If they get Wrathed, I'm concerned with their ability to recover. So obviously 4 Doom Scars in the Blue-White Control deck. So we'll see. I think that first Wrath is going to be really important. If Mardu Humans can keep them off the Wrath with Kitesail Freebooter, Thalia, and Spellbinder, that's going to be clutch. And then, of course, this is just Azorius control. So no Lightning Helixes, no Prismari commands, no great spot removal. So this is going to be a very interesting battle of basically, can Blue-White resolve a Wrath, yes or no? And that answer will probably resolve the match. Although, of course, this mulligan to 5 years is not going to help either.
Also, Voiden's going to be prepared for Wraths, right? It's an open deck list.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that the open deck list or not, the aggro player is going to be prepared for Wrath out of a Blue-White Control deck. Now, open deck list, they'll know it's Doom Scar and not, Wrath of God or some other Settle the Wreckage or other Wrath effect. But still going to be a bit of a song and dance. The one cool thing, though, is that if Doom Scar is put into the Foretell zone, it can't be hit by Kitesail Freebooter. It can't be hit by Elite Spellbinder. So that's kind of a cool little thing that might come into play as this match goes on.
What do you think about them choosing to not hold up the counterspell there and play the Search for Kenta?
It feels a bit desperate on a mulligan to 5 here. Just trying to get the search going as soon as possible. Get the little card selection, get the little bit of ramp going on. Laps would still be good later anyway. So I think that it's more of a desperation move, mostly predicated on mulliganing to 5. Interesting choice here to keep this Manatithe. With Search, usually I'm pretty aggressive to try and bin the cards, but there are a lot of good 3s in this deck. And unfortunately, you see the Shockland, I'm sure that Killadub was like, all right, let's counter his 3-drop. And we see a 1-drop instead, but still able to get a freebooter here. Not a ton of power in play on Void side of the board here. A couple Savannah Lions and a 1-2 is not the fastest clock of all time. Thalia's Lieutenant, not legal in the format. So, the clock of this Humans deck is a little slower than in Modern.
We see a Brazen Borrower drawn here after the Fabled Passage goes to the bottom. What do you think is going through Killadub's mind here? We're going to main phase Brazen Borrower, this Kitesail Freebooter.
The main phase here interests me a lot because now, of course, Void knows about the memory lapse, whereas Killadub could have cast that in response to the first spell. So Void wants to go for some 3-drop. And then it could have been Brazen Bar, bounce your Kitesail, and memory lapse it, not giving Void the information of knowing what was going to happen. So much as I was sure of a timing there, but we see the lapse come down, the Savannah Lions still come in, still under a lot of pressure here. Shark Typhoon is not bad though. Making a blocker, drawing a card, both reasonable actions to take here.
Yeah, we could see if Voiden has a middling hand here, we could see Killadub come right back in this game with a quick blocker on the 2-1, killing it, drawing a card, drawing another card for turn, getting another Surveil. We see a main phase Shark Typhoon. A lot of main phase action here from Killadub.
Yeah, this is a great play. Got to make the land drops here. Paid off perfectly by drawing a tap duel. I think that it's 100% Killadub is cycling this Shark Typhoon, and there's no real spot removal in this Mardu deck. So it's not like you're scared of them knowing about the Shark Typhoon and being able to kill it. The Shark's going to stay. If a Shark's going to block something, just do it now. Make the land drop. Perfectly paid off by drawing a land. And of course, it works out perfect.
Another Shark Typhoon's amazing. We don't see a Dire Tactics in the deck of Void in the main deck, or maybe even a Vanishing Verse.
Yeah, there's a Giant Killer, and that is the only interaction point for creatures. This is a deck in the main deck of entirely creatures. All creatures and lands.
If it's all creatures and lands, we don't have. I guess we could technically play the Ooze companion.
Technically, yeah, I suppose that is true. What's the name of it?
I forgot the name of that card.
It's an ooze.
But
I know it's an ooze too, yeah.
Like that would be
So
an
now,
interesting
interesting
choice
is
if it's all
now
creatures.
this Shark Typhoon was not main phased, and I like that also because now the 2/2 is going to trade no matter what, and it's going to be attacked into no matter what. The 3/3, however, is a little bit different. Now the attacks come in a little differently. So I like the idea of trying to ambush this Enforcer here. And obviously the freebooter made that not possible, but I like the choice here. It's definitely a really, really experienced choice of showing exactly when to main phase it and when not to main phase it on back-to-back turns. Opposite action both times. I think both actions were correct.
The only thing that was kind of surprising was the main phase Brazen Borrower. That was a really good draw in the time because it let Voiden know what was going on, but everything else from that point has been like really spot on. I like Killdub's play.
For sure. So now we see Judith come down. And Commit here is an interesting card because there aren't many cards like it. It's usually like a one of or two of these control decks. And now the Shark can block. The Commit can hit the Judith kind of surprisingly. There aren't a lot of instant speed ways to remove things aside from Brazen Borrower. So this is a nice play. Commit gets to take that away. Now he gets to see a good block. Now Absorb goes to hand. The Shark's still in play. This game is really turning around for a blue-white player.
This is kind of surprising actually to me with how the hand was looking for Killdub with a mulligan to 5, like having to play that search for Azcanta instead of holding up the counterspell, keeping the Mana Tithe on top and hoping, right? We're pretty far away from that point now after 2 Shark Typhoons have been drawn.
Yeah, for sure. And I also like the choice to play the Azcanta a lot too, because Killdub recognized that, like, listen, I'm behind in this game. You know, this game's not going well for me. I'm on a mulligan to 5. I got to play Azcanta. My draws have to be good, and then I have to hit a point where you flip this thing and start gaining value, which is great.
And you have to not die at that point, right? And these Shark Typhoons have done a really, really good job of that.
Absolutely.
So we see a Brainstorm drawn here. Are we gonna hard Shark for the content?
This is interesting because the Shark is playing great defense. Now the Shark's going to come in. This basically commits Killdub to having to cycle the next Shark Typhoon. And that also commits them to having Spellbinder resolve here. I suppose an Absorb would gain the life back. But this makes me question the attack because now we're just trading 3 damage for 3 damage. And this seems like a spot where Killdub would not want to trade damage. So definitely interested in the attack there. As far as attacking, I would think attacking would commit to Shark Typhoon because the Spellbinder is scripted because it's there. Or I guess the borrower plays pretty well here. Okay, never mind. The borrower is pretty good.
We were also maybe playing the tempo game now, like play the borrower, not block, attack for 6, put them to 9, not dead in the backswing with the Shark Typhoon cycle, then kill them in the backswing yourself.
Yeah, I think with a flipped Azcanta in play, that's like probably just not necessary.
Right, it's probably just too aggro, right?
Right, just like an unnecessary risk where like maybe you just lose the race, whereas like you probably could just sit back and not need to do that at all. But see Teferi here. There's a Judith on top, so this Enforcer will be a 3/3 coming in. But either way, I mean, Teferi coming down, drawing a card, 8 life is still a lot. The Shark blocks, makes a trade. Shark Typhoon's looming. Doomscar is looming. Teferi's in play. Teferi's safe. This is all looking pretty good for Killdub.
Right.
Everyone loves the hardcast Shark Typhoon. Chat always loves it.
Exclamation point hardcast in chat to see what kind of stream they are.
Yeah. All right, so that was a very, very impressive win for Killdub.
Right, it was.
Mulligan to 5 here against the deck playing, multiple Thalia, freebooters. And it's funny how it turned out to be the creatures that were the downfall. The Marta Humans deck has a ton of ways to deal with non-creatures. Freebooter, Thalia, Spellbinder, but the lack of direct creature removal actually ended up hurting in a matchup where you wouldn't think that at all. There aren't many actual creatures in this blue-white control deck, but Shark after Shark after Shark got it done.
Yeah, someone was talking in my chat during my streams, and they were like, "Well, maybe like weirdly enough, Shark Typhoon should be the one that gets banned." That's just a really good card.
Yeah, I think it's like the kind of card where if you have answers for it, things like that. It's a creature; it can be dealt with. It's definitely not the most efficient card of all time, although it is quite good. Most decks have removal, which is kind of the interesting thing. The Mardu player has built their deck in a way where there are no main deck dire tactics. There are no, it's just giant killer as far as killing things. So
Right. Well, they have to either trade with a shark, and at that point the shark already drew a card. So that's a very efficient for the Shark Typhoon player. The Shark Typhoon could just like eat an attacker and survive, which is incredible. And it could also just cantrip if you're missing land drops. There's like absolutely zero downside, right?
Yeah, the big thing here I think is that normally the sharks are too small to trade against a deck like Gruul or more aggressive decks. But because the humans are a little bit smaller than average, Dauntless Bodyguard, Kitesail Freebooter, it lines up really well here.
Right.
So you may get to see the kind of cool play here of Foretell Doomscar, and now it's going to be off to the side, protected from Freebooter, but unfortunately, humans in the play here gets the boot before the Doomscar goes into the exile zone. Now, of course, with Commit and Brazen Borrower available, this Freebooter is not, a lock. At any point, one of these bounce spells can remove the Freebooter and unlock this Doomscar. Definitely does feel like this deck is missing Thalia's Lieutenant. It does have the General and Judith as sort of pseudo Lord effects, but
right.
Lieutenant's the real powerful card in Modern Humans that allows the deck to really go fast.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the 2-mana creature, the 2-mana 1/1 that puts counters on creatures, but just way faster at doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We see we see a fast lane come down here. We see a Cumball come down, which is a very, very interesting card and good card against a control deck. Having to drain 2 for each non-creature spell is a lot of damage.
Campbell's makes him good.
Is that card played in Modern Humans?
Occasionally, yes. It definitely sees some sideboard play in Modern, depending on what decks are popular, but it is a very powerful card. I've played it a lot in Modern Humans. It's like a 1 of or 2 of in the sideboard.
We see this Doomscar being foretold here. Unable to cast anything from hand. A lot of the cards are visible, so maybe the only card Voidin has to play around here is a Mana Tide that they know that Kilodeb has in their deck.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Now, really good response to Doomscar here. The Bodyguard can protect the Enforcer, and the Enforcer is protecting the Campbell. So Doomscar went from looking really good to really bad really fast.
Yes. I was about to say the same thing. Like, now Doomscar just does nothing.
Yeah. So, and these counter spells in hand, of course, we have Brainstorm. The Lapse and the Brainstorm look the same to me. But, these Absorb, this Memory Lapse, these cards aren't good when you're behind. And foretelling Doomscar last turn was putting shields down on casting Lapse or casting Absorb. So, definitely got punished maximum there. With probably the 2 worst cards possible for this Doomscar.
I know if I was the Doomscar player, I'd be just kicking myself for foretelling it that turn, because like you could counter a spell a couple times in a row and then like play it for 5 mana, but like I could also see foretelling it as well, as we see the Brainstorm being used, Fabled Passage here, shuffling those cards away. Mana Tithe going back into the deck. What do you think is on Kilodeb's mind right now? There's a lot of power in play, and honestly, Doomscar just doesn't really look that good right now.
I'm actually pretty surprised to see the Mana Tithe go away. Void's still on 3 lands, still has multiple cards in hand, and I feel like that kind of efficiency is going to be necessary to get back into this game. The Absorb is just not looking that good. And I guess the one argument would be because the Freebooter's coming down, and Void will be able to see the Mana Tithe, that it makes it worse. But I just think his Absorb right now is just not looking too good. Memory Lapse also, these are cards that are going you're ahead, and right now, definitely very behind.
Absorb kind of does like shield a couple of attackers for a turn and counter something, but at this point, Void might not even have to cast anything.
Exactly. These cards are all face up, and Void can just sit back and just not do anything. Now, the Borrower here is going to change that a little bit, but 2 life lost, now at 5 with 4 power already in play. This is a spot where Void doesn't need to cast anything else. Just attack for 4 and attack for 4. Don't play an Absorb, don't play in a Memory Lapse, and just hope that Hollow Fountain is not something good.
We do have this Brazen Borrower here to block the Kitesail Freebooter. Something we could have done, actually, is attack for 3, and then Brazen Borrower gets flashed in, it gets tapped by the Giant Killer, and just do it again. Next turn. All right.
Not even gonna draw a card for turn. Because at 2 life,
Yeah.
Ice Camel wasn't in play, but yeah, I mean, could have taken a draw there. I think that the drawing it exactly Wrath of God would have been pretty good, but gonna go back to sideboard for game 3.
All right. What do we think's changing here? We have a brainstorm put in, I guess, as a configuration on the play. Something else being taken out. I'm not quite sure what they took out here, but what do you think's the game plan from Voiden here, or actually from Killadub on the blue-white side? Just something the same of game 1. I mean, game 1 I think kind of fell into the hands of Killadub kind of nicely there with both Shark Typhoons there. But what do you think is the average game plan that should be happened here in game 3 on the play for Killadub?
Just stay alive and don't fall behind. Honestly, the thing is that counter spells, Absorb in particular, Absorb is like, yeah, it gains life against aggressive decks, but it is very clunky, and cards like, Mana Tide's pretty nice here. Quench can certainly be fine too. His hand's actually pretty good. Just use these cheap counter spells, try and trade off as early as possible, and just stay alive. Get to those later cards. And I actually like Killadub boarding out 2 Shark Typhoons because it is a little inefficient. It's also very poor against Elite Spellbinder, where if a Typhoon gets put into the exile zone, you can't cycle it anymore. So, we'll see. Although a card like Narset is also a card that doesn't seem super great. Not much to stop card draw wise, not much to defend. Mana Tithe Theater on Giant Killer.
Getting that turn 1 Mana Tithe down is very important against the deck with all 1 and 2 drops, basically. Some 3 drops, but pretty important to get that card countering something early and often, similar to Mystical Dispute, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Giant Killer is worth countering, though. It's literally just a 1/2, and unfortunately, we see no 3rd land drop for Killadub. Forced to put Doomscar to the side. Could have left Quench up. There's your Spellbinder, and this game is quickly unraveling for Killadub.
Yeah, well, one major thing is just hitting the land drops. One thing you said is hit your land drops, don't fall behind. Keyword, don't fall behind. Killadub, are you listening to us? Don't fall behind.
Yeah, and I think that's like, cards like Narset, even Commit's pretty clunky too. Whenever I'm playing control deck against a deck like this, I try my deck to be as lean as possible. I want to cut all my cancels. I want to cut all my clunky cards, just have the cheapest cards possible, my Wraths, so I can just be as nimble as possible and not be in that spot where I'm staring at a hand of absorb, Planeswalker when I'm behind, You got to have the cheap stuff. Perhaps a bit of a misstep here, attacking for 3 and then playing Judith, but it's getting countered anyway, so maybe looking for
maybe that was just like
a Brazen Borrower on Elite Spellbinder is kind of unlikely. So finds a 3rd land. It is a tap land, but better late than never.
Maybe that was a reluctant cast. Like they didn't cast it pre-combat because they're just like, it's getting countered anyway. Whatever. I'll just get it in for 3. Yeah. Or maybe they have an unknown there, so maybe they got in for 3. Maybe it's a Shark Typhoon to block, and then you can get the Judith down.
That's fair. That's very fair.
So we see second
leverage that like 1 point of damage.
Yeah, exactly. We see the second Spellbinder come down. I wonder if this is the only foretell card in Killadub's deck, because if they know it's guaranteed Doomscar, they can definitely play around it.
I believe it is, yes. So kind of like the no counter there, because now just Doomscar can go off, and just hope those remaining 3 cards in Void's hand aren't too good. So fire up a Doomscar.
I also think
now.
Go ahead.
This is awkward because we see Quench and Memory Lapse in hand, and right now Killadub's just behind. These cards just don't do anything. Can't leave mana up for them.
Wow.
2 more good spells come down. Now what? Kind of thing. And Redain's gonna tax this Doomscar, even if it's played off the foretell cost.
This is tough.
This is a tough spot to be in for sure.
All right, so we're gonna see attack for 4 here. We have nothing to play on Killadub's side. We're flooding out a little bit from Voiden's side. What do you think? The last card in hand might even just be a land. Nothing cast here. We drew the land that we needed, but we're honestly another land away from casting Doomscar. Doomscar does get the hindrance from Redain, even if it's 3 mana in the exile, because it is a 5 mana spell. So we see another land here come down. I mean, honestly, Voiden might not have to play lands for the rest of the game if Killadub doesn't even draw a land here for the Doomscar in exile.
I'm not sure why his commit says 4 mana on it. It's been exiled to Spellbinder, and then it's also being taxed by Redain. I feel like it should cost 8, not 4. Yeah, it's not castable, so it's just a visual bug, I guess. But yeah, at this point now, being at 2 life in the face of a Campbell
You just lose.
means the game's
Yeah.
over.
I think it
There are
has.
no creatures that select.
I think it has to be like
That
shark
Orange
and
Bell is a way to produce something, but yeah, I mean,
wow,
it's a way to go out. So yeah, rough game 3 there. Mulligan missed a land drop or 2. That's tough, but they're a very impressive game 1.
Let's go ahead and jump into that was pretty impressive for the Humans deck. I like that Humans won that matchup. Got a little bit unlucky with just not drawing lands for a while, but also had to keep a kind of greedy hand as well. We did have a couple of clunky cards in the hand as well, but really good play by the Humans deck as well, even though they were also flooding out. So let's go ahead and move over to Gruul. We have this Gruul deck. We have Zancyad playing against Christmas. Christmas has Pelt Collector, Llanowar Elves, Clothis, Fry, Burning Tree Emissary, and 2 lands. So no untapped green mana might mean that one of these green cards, green 1-drops, go back to the deck.
Yeah, the Rootbound Crag's obviously a little awkward. The mana in Historic is not perfect. No Copperline Gorge, unfortunately. It makes me really, really annoyed that the cycles of dual lands aren't complete. I want all 10 fast lands, I want all 10 of this and that. But draws the forest anyway, so better lucky than good, right?
Well, obviously Christmas knew that was going to happen. That's why they kept the Llanowar Elves.
Oh, yeah, of course. Absolutely. It's red and green. Every day is Christmas.
Okay, that was too good.
So we see an aggressive Baffling End here. Now, of course, Baffling End is a pretty premium removal spell. I can't imagine there's that much removal in Zan's deck. And Baffling End will kill almost everything in Gruul. But going for the Llanowar Elf here, trying to punish the Mulligan for Christmas, and it's not really going to work. I mean, plenty of mana in hand for Christmas. So very aggressive, both playing Baffling End on a Llanowar Elf and then not deploying a 2-drop. Possible Zan doesn't have a 2-drop, but we'll see how this plays out.
So I believe we're going to see the Fry come down. Cephalosaber is a really, really annoying card for Gruul, especially if they don't have a couple tramplers in play. I mean, Gruul's really good at trampling with the 2-drop that makes energy and tramples, also Gruul Spellbreaker, also potential for cards like Ronus that gives trample. There's a lot of cards that trample in this deck, so not a huge deal with the dog there, but the dog does stop Gruul from doing a lot of things if they don't have trample. So we see Clothis coming down here. We have a flyer here with Vigilance, so Burning Tree Emissary cannot attack. Let's see if Zancyad has another land drop, and there's 4 cards in hand. So what do you think? What do you think is in Christmas mind right now with just a Bone Crusher in hand?
It's tough. I mean, like you said with the Fry is going to target the dog one way or another, whether you want it to or not for the most part. So I like casting that there and just cashing it in, just use the mana effectively. There's another one anyway. But with Clothis here and Bone Crusher in hand, I feel like this game slows down a bit, honestly. Christmas can even take a little more of a control role, knowing that Clothis is going to be there probably for the rest of the game, slowly gaining life, dealing damage. Redain, of course, not stompable. Stomping ground here is it's okay, but kind of just keep killing things. It's a little annoying that the removal spells on Zan's side have exiled, so there's less food in the graveyard. But stomp the doggy here, play Bone Crusher next turn. You're not dying to only Redain, because you're gaining 2 life a turn anyway. So
the thing is here,
Bone Crusher's in play, what's up?
If you stomp the dog, the Bone Crusher just dies.
All right, sure, you're right. You're correct. I'm sorry. If the dog can't sacrifice to itself, but there's another creature in place. You're absolutely correct. So just going to cast Bone Crusher. I think it's totally reasonable as well.
All right, let's see what Zancyad decides to play here. Drawing 2 Baffling Ends is really, like, you would consider that a really good draw if you're Zancyad.
Yeah, I mean, now we see, the Haven will trade with the dog, essentially. It's going to come down to the top of the decks here. I guess if neither player draws a spell for the rest of the game, eventually Faceless Haven will win the game, but there are tons of creatures in the world that can block it effectively. So the Giant here blocks, trades with the Savior. Redain is being nullified by the Clothis, and Zan's life is slowly going down. So it's going to come down to Christmas's top of the deck, basically. How the next few turns are going to look, how the next few draw steps are going to look.
And with Clothis in the deck, we can assume Collected Company, but there's also Fry in the deck post board as well. Is there a Collected Company in Christmas deck?
There are 4 companies, yes.
All right, so if we
There's
can,
also a single copy of Banefire, which is pretty spicy. I'm not sure about that one stayed in post board, but
well, leave it to Christmas to play Banefire.
yeah, that's a nice spicy one.
I can't wait for that to win the match.
Yeah, we're just a little foreshadowing here. You know, 2 turns from now, Claytis adds a mana, and
and then it won't be uncounterable because Zenside's going to try to mana tithe it. Foreshadowing.
Yes. So Brawler here trades with the Faceless Haven, so that card works. You know, I mean, again, and then trading is right in Christmas's plan. Trade, block, trade, cards in the graveyard, keep Claytis thing. Again, Redain is just treading water against Claytis while Claytis deals damage. However, shields up, Captain. That's going to be a problem. So the backside of Redain is going to, I think it makes it so that the Claytis will cost 1 and only deal 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would only deal 1. Yes.
Well, it also taxes it because it targets, right?
It targets a graveyard. It doesn't target anything on the board.
Yes, it is each opponent, not target opponent. Okay.
Right.
So we'll still deal 1 damage and then still gain 2 life.
And then I was actually kind of surprised.
Really much. Redain is
Go ahead.
Redain is certainly very solid, especially with this with the shield in play. Now,
yeah, go ahead.
We could see the Brawler plus the Bone Crusher on the Redain to take it out. But that would still require to losing the Brawler in combat. And also would be unable to cast the Bone Crusher because the stop will cost 3. So can get Redain off the battlefield here. The question is, does Christmas want to do that?
One good thing to note against the shield is Bone Crusher does turn off the shield's ability to prevent the damage.
That is true. That is true. So actually, the stop would come down before damage, and the extra damage would trample over too. So 3 damage dealt, and just gonna cast Bone Crusher here. Pretty interesting. Just looking to get in. Devotion's currently 5, so if any double colored or double pipped card comes off the top,
Dusk.
then the Claytis goes in. Whoa!
Okay.
Oh my!
Oh.
Dusk is fallen.
I didn't know it was nighttime already.
All things power 3 or greater.
I'm in the eastern U.S. I mean, I guess it might be nighttime for people in Europe maybe, but not right now for me. It's not dusk.
So yeah, and then the Spellbreaker was drawn, so Cloythus would have been able to attack. It would have been a huge attack this turn. It would have been Spellbreaker, Cloythus, Bone Crusher, and the Brawler. But Dusk for the one-sided Wrath effect, you see Spellbreaker come down, and the haste 3/3 can't even attack, so just get blocked by Redain. So gotta make a 4/4 here, and just keep grinding, I guess.
Yeah, like you said, it was a huge draw to draw the Spellbreaker if there had not been a Dusk fallen on the battlefield last turn.
Exactly, yeah. So still in decent shape though. 4/4 in play. Still has Cloythus in play. It's funny because the backside of Dusk is to return creatures, and Cloythus says no to that by exiling the creatures and then the Dusk itself. And Zan's all in here. It's played out, the 6th land, no cards in hand, and Cloythus is still just chomping away.
Yeah, this is something that you said. Play more of the control role and just let Cloythus beat them, right? Even if it's 1 damage, 10 turn clock.
Exactly. Just keep playing. You just keep grinding, keep blocking. And it's 2 life a turn. Gaining 2 life a turn's a lot. It completely negates the Redain attacks. The Haven could come in and be saved by the Selfless Savior, and then trade with the Spellbreaker, which is a reasonable thing. I'm actually a little surprised it didn't happen last turn. And then Paradise Druid not really affecting the board too much here. Choosing to just hold the Paradise Druid.
We might just play it second main phase. Attacking with the Spellbreaker. We see the Haven attempting to trade here.
So maybe trying to bluff like an Embercleave or something like that, or trying to. But this is not a great trade, honestly. This is going to be trading Spellbreaker for Selfless Savior and dealing 0 damage.
I don't think the Embercleave is a good bluff anyway, because if there was Embercleave, then Zan doesn't win anyways. So Zan just has to pretend that Christmas doesn't have it.
Right. So yeah, I mean, got to make sure we do this right, because Arena will definitely screw you on this one. If you assign 3 and 1 damage, it'll prevent 1 damage to the Haven and then 1 damage to Zan. and that will not work out well for Christmas.
So we have to do 4 to the Haven.
Correct.
Oh no. What is that? What is that shield 10 doing there? Oh, their life total.
Yes.
Okay, so 4, done. No.
This is so suspenseful.
No.
Please deal 4 to the Haven.
Christmas, don't do it.
This is torture.
Click done. All right, there we go.
All right. We have a trade. One doggy for 1 Spellbreaker.
Yes, we did
Paradise Druid not looking too good here. Doesn't really affect the board in any way. But same thing, I mean, both playing off the top here. As long as Christmas can produce a blocker for this Haven, again, Redain is damage nullified, 1 damage turn off Cloythus, and eventually in 10 short turns, it should do it. So
10 short, grueling turns.
Yes. The
Oh,
best kind of turn.
There's a Skyclave. Now all of a sudden I think Zan's ahead.
Yeah, way ahead now. Monumentally ahead.
Oh,
with
man.
no Cloythus in play, now this whole sort of, trading and staying alive plan is completely defunct. And now Christmas has to beat the Shield, a Flyer, another 2/2, and the Haven with only a Paradise Druid, which currently does actual nothing, has no effect on his board at all. It's effectively a 1/1 thanks to the Shield. So if Christmas is going to make some magic happen, no. I would have really had a lot of respect for that.
You know what I think now? I think you play that Forest because you're trying to draw Banefire as you're only out.
It's not. I think it's enough though. Honestly, it's we got to do more than that. And an Aspirant off the top. So Zan's just drawing runners here. I mean, Aspirant, Skyclave into Aspirant were both phenomenal draws. Skyclave to deal with the Cloythus, Aspirant to apply more pressure. Once the counters go on Redain, it's basically unkillable. And once it gets to be like a 4/5 or a 5/6, you can never attack into it either. So this game is looking like it's going to be going to game 3.
A little bit unfortunate for Christmas as well, drawing a couple lands the last 2 draws, and then Paradise Druid before that, so pretty unlucky. Bone Crusher Giant is a really good draw because it does turn off the shield there, but with the Redain at 3/4 and the Faceless Haven and the Luminarch Aspirant, like, what do you really kill here? I guess it has to be Luminarch, but we're just in a terrible spot here.
Yeah, I mean, like, killing the Apparition does give a 3/3. I don't know if there's a way that could have worked out for an ambush. Honestly, that would have worked. So if the Stomp killed the Skyclave on Zan's turn, then the 3/3 from the Skyclave could have blocked the Haven successfully because Stomp would have stopped all the damage. And then there'd still be an Aspirant and a Redain in play, which is not good, but it deals with half of Zan's board.
Yeah, but then I think Christmas still loses there because Christmas is at 4, and the Aspirant would be able to give the counter to Redain and just kill.
That's very fair. So not much to do here either way, honestly.
Now you just chump the Faceless Haven and then block the Apparition. Do that, take 3, go to 1, hope for Banefire, I guess. I mean, Banefire doesn't even win you the game here, but, I mean, I don't even know what Christmas can draw here.
Yeah.
I don't think...
That block's not going to work. Doesn't really matter either way, so... Sure. Yeah, so very, very timely draws on Zan's side.
I guess if we had the opportunity last turn to keep the Bone Crusher Giant, right? If the Bone Crusher blocked the Skyclave?
Honestly, if those blocks had been better, Ooze is pretty good.
Ooze is like really good here.
Yeah. So Ooze checks the Skyclave.
I don't
obviously can gain life for Redain. I mean, the Redain's still a huge problem.
Yeah.
Because it effectively has 5 toughness and it's not really being stopped at the moment.
But if there was also a Bone Crusher on board, we could be talking here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there's also 4 more life gain to be had the next turn as well with the Scavenging Ooze. So,
and of course, Zan's a 10. So 1 or 2 Ooze attacks, could definitely, if nothing else changes here, this Ooze attacks for a whole bunch, gains enough life to survive 1 attack from the Redain, and they can attack for a whole bunch again. Of course, the thing is, there needs to be another answer to the Redain attack. The next Redain attack. So.
Also, like, the Ooze can probably just, like, attack here, gain 3 life, and then cast the Brawler. The gaining 3 life could be putting Christmas up to 4. Dead to a Luminarch Aspirant next turn to Zancyad, but with no play there, it kind of seems like either like a Giant Killer or a land, but probably a land, because Giant Killer would have would have just like popped off on his turn and played it, right?
Correct. Yeah. Once the ooze became a 4-power creature, the giant killer has to happen instantly. So, yeah, Scavenging Ooze might take the day here. This is actually a pretty big turnaround. You know, from a spot where it looked like the game was way over.
And even if the Bone Crusher Giant was on the board, we could see like a double attack and then Voltaic Brawler here. I mean, they probably could still win. I mean, this is so crazy. That top deck was insane.
Yeah, that's basically the best time to draw Scavenging Ooze is a spot like this. You know?
Yeah.
Turn 7 or 8. You know, it's been a bloody game. Ooze comes down, triggers 5 times, and just takes over the game.
All right,
let's see if we no blocks on Zan's side.
Let's see if we get the pump for 1 here to get the 5 damage in.
I'd imagine the ooze has to go up to the 4 life needs to be gained or the game is over. So we have to see 4 pumps here.
Yeah. Well, we can see 3 pumps, right?
The Skyclave is also there too. So go to 3. Right. You gain 1 more life and then play the Brawler, correct. So 7 damage will be dealt.
This is crazy.
Christmas goes to 4 life points. Exactly have a Survivor Redain. The Brawler comes down to defend against the Skyclave. It can kill it, which is important if it attacks. And then, of course, the backswing would involve the illusion token as well.
All right.
So
if we see a Luminarch,
I think Zan's got to draw a good one here.
If we don't see a Luminarch Aspirant or a Baffling End, it could be Christmas out of nowhere winning this.
Yeah, and then the Brawler also is lethal exactly by itself with the energy pump being 4 power against the shield. So there are 2 lethal attackers for Christmas. I guess the Redain can block also. It is a Vigilant. So that's fair. So Redain can check the Brawler. But see, as it stands right now, Zan is still winning. Because the Skyclave can chump block the Ooze, Redain handles the Brawler, and then kills him on the backswing. And now we see another flyer for Zan. I think that's going to lock it up, unless the top of Christmas's deck is super kind again. And unfortunately, the second Scavenging Ooze is not nearly as good as the first.
All right, so the second Scavenging Ooze here. The other flyer was really important because now Zan doesn't have to chump block with both. Zan would have to chump block with both creatures. Okay.
Well, the thing is that the Redain has a free block on the Brawler because of the shield. So no matter what, the Redain had the Brawler checked anyway. So basically, Christmas has to hope for a bad block here. And Zan's pretty good. Probably not going to make a bad block. You know, the Skyclave blocks the Ooze. Brawler gets blocked by Redain. Redain eats the Brawler. You know, the Skyclave dies and a 3/3 illusion comes back, but that doesn't stop the Flyers next turn. There's 2 of them now. So despite the life gain from Scavenging Ooze, I think this game is already locked up.
Yeah, because with Zan keeping the Flyers, the 3/3 from the Luminarch's from the Skyclave Apparition's not going to matter. The life gain can only gain 4 life at the most, and I don't even know if there's that many creatures. There's an apparition in the other graveyard now, so maybe there is that many creatures. But even if there was 4 life gained, it's enough for Zan to win this.
Yeah. So Spellbinder there, very good draw. Very good draw.
Wow, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. And that was only game 2. So let's go ahead and go over to game 3.
Yeah, and the clock here is getting a little low for Christmas too. Only 8 minutes left, you know. It's funny seeing, you know, you would assume that the 2 fast decks, White Weenie and Gruul Aggro, would just, you know, smash into each other really fast. But these games can get grindy. You know, post-board removal spells come in, kind of these, like, cool answers like the shield that slow the game down. So it's going to be interesting to see how game 3 plays out.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. Like, it was suspenseful and it was also back and forth, right? We saw the mulligan, we saw the top deck green source for Llanowar Elves on turn 1. Then we saw Llanowar Elves immediately dealt with, right? And then we saw, you know, Christmas isn't really is kind of in a winning position with the Klothys. Top deck Skyclave Apparition dealing with it. Unlosable position for Zansyad. Top deck Scavenging Ooze. Now it's really winnable again for Christmas. And then Zansyad pulls it out with an extra flyer. So that was a really good game.
Interesting to see Heroic Intervention here. A card usually boarded against Wrath effects. not much removal in the white deck or wrath effects, so trying to win like a big combat with intervention, I suppose, making some blocks, go for indestructible. But I think that, there needs to be a decision here by Christmas of, are they the beatdown deck? Are they the control deck? That game with Cloythus played out a little more controlling until Cloythus got killed. It's not like Cloythus is unstoppable. There's also only 2 Cloythus here. So I think I would like to see the Gruul deck take the more aggressive role in game 3 on the play, thereby making a card like Heroic Intervention not super exciting, and making cards like Embercleave, perhaps a Cronin War more exciting. Not sure. We'll see how it plays out.
I do have a question for you. What do you think about the 2/2 Llanowar elves with the same art? Well, how do you feel about that?
It makes me very unhappy. I really, really hate on Arena that you have separate versions of cards. I have 4 Eldraine Fable Passage and 1 M21 Fable Passage, and whenever I import a deck, it always is 3-1. I probably wasted about 5 hours of my life going in, picking out the 1 M21 Fable Passage, putting in the 4th Eldraine.
I do that. And you have to look and you have to search for Fable Passage too.
5 passages for some reason. I don't really know why. Like all the reprints should be a card style. They shouldn't be cards you can get. And then when you get one of them, you should have the card style added. So I can choose to have, the Llanowar Elves in this set or that set, but it's all card style. It's not separate cards.
And I think it should be default. You should choose the default card style that you want instead of it like defaulting yourself. Because I don't like the new Lightning Helix, but like I want the old Lightning Helix. So every time I import a deck or even choose Lightning Helix to start a new deck, right, it just goes to the newest version. I don't like that version, so I spent hours of my life changing Lightning Helixes and Fabled Passages.
Same with the lands too. Like I spent money on those super cool old lands, and now it just puts Strixhaven lands in my deck.
Yeah, there should be a default land option and a default land art. Right. Anyways, we have
all the things that Arena should have that aren't that complicated, but I suppose not really fit for the bottom line. So.
Yeah, we have a pretty good hand here for Christmas here. It is a mulligan to 5, but we have a Burning Tree Emissary into a removal spell, so this should be like pretty ideal for a mull to 5.
The thing is that it's ideal if Christmas is playing the control role, but again, I think that the more aggressive role would be ideal here. So while Christmas, all right, well, there's Cloythus, never mind, we're all good. So control role sounds good to me. So Burning Tree here into Stomp is pretty awesome. Follow up with Cloythus, all looking pretty good. And of course, the Stomp cannot get fizzled by the Selfless Savior here because Savior has to target another creature. So it can't target itself and be sacrificed. Gonna be an uphill battle though, because on 5 cards here, if Zan has a reasonable curve and an answer for the Cloythus, I think this game's gonna end pretty quickly.
Especially if Christmas can't draw that 3rd land. Oh well, we have a free card here, really so very good draw.
Yeah, if there's a draw here, it's not a 3rd land. Emissary is it. It adds a card to the board and kills the Luminarch. So of course the problem is by playing all these emissaries and deploying your hand really fast on a mulligan to 5. There's just no cards left, So,
yeah, and like all Zan has to do is just like play a land and like play Raydane as a creature, and then all of a sudden like Christmas is waiting forever to do anything. Ooh,
yeah, that hurts too.
Yikes! I mean, at least if we draw a land, we still have that Bone Crusher Giant to play. Oh, here we go. I mean, if it can go, if something can go right, it can go right, right?
For sure. And then the thing is that Spellbinder doesn't block very well here, and then Zan might just take the trade because he's already up on cards, but besides take the damage, here comes Bone Crusher. If we can see an Embercleave off the top or some sort of like, another thing to push through, we might still see that aggro draw we were talking about kind of taking the game.
Let's see if Zan has this land drop here. Elite Spellbinder back on defense. I like Elite Spellbinder against Gruul because it does block Voltaic Brawler, it blocks Bone Crusher Giant, it blocks if they choose to make a Gruul Spellbreaker a 3/3, also a good blocker against that. We see the Deckenstone here come down, exiling both creatures there.
It's interesting because that's a 3 for 2 in Christmas's favor if Christmas has time to activate these clues. And the Burning Tree Emissaries are not exactly the most threatening card. As far as actually being on the battlefield, it's probably the worst creature in the entire deck aside from Llanowar Elves. So get some new cards here. That's some extra mana. Bone Crusher slow coming in. If a Stomp is drawn here off this clue to kill this Aspirant, I can see this game swinging pretty hard, but unfortunately, it's just a land. So we'll see Bone Crusher come in here. Zan goes to 10. There's still a clue available, but Spellbinder's getting bigger and bigger, faster and faster.
Yeah, this is an interesting role to play as well, because we know that Faceless Haven can come in as well. Luminar can potentially give the counter to Faceless Haven. That's a lot of damage coming in the backswing. And Zan being at 10 and Christmas being at 16, Christmas can easily be at like 7 life next turn, or 6.
For sure. And of course, Zan also has 3 cards in hand. You know, we're watching from Christmas's side on the mulligan to 5, so we feel like the game is resource light. But the game is one-sidedly resource light. Zan still has plenty of cards in hand.
This is an attack in for 10, like I was saying, and the counter is given to the Spellbinder, flying really good in this matchup. Going down to 8 for the second Deck and Stone, this might just be the end here for Christmas.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Spellbinder is guaranteed lethal next turn. Oof. The Bone Crusher 1 turn too late. If it had been drawn last turn and killed that Aspirant, I think that there would have been a very real path for Christmas to get back in this game.
Right.
But now the Spellbinder has 3 toughness.
Well, we don't necessarily die.
What?
We don't necessarily die. We can go to 1 and block the Faceless Haven, but at the end of the day, the Spellbinder's still there, right? So it's going to be like 2-turn clock.
So Stomp on Aspirant, Hardcast Bone Crusher. That deals with everything but the Spellbinder, and the Spellbinder puts Christmas to 1. And then it really has to be, you know, one of the other Fry is really the only answer to this Spellbinder, which is tough. So interesting choice here. Christmas chooses to play Paradise Druid instead of playing Bone Crusher Giant.
Maybe because they're planning on chumping the land anyway?
I mean, Bone Crusher would have traded with the land, which seems better, but there are 2 havens as well. Tough spot regardless.
Yeah, this is going to be the end here. I mean, can we see a Miracle Scavenging Ooze? That's still not going to work.
Yeah. If that clue was a treasure, it still wouldn't work. There's not enough mana to eat everything. So, yeah, it looks like that's going to do it. Unfortunately, the mulligan to 5 was probably too much to overcome. I mean, realistically, you know, on the mulligan to 5, Zan's at 8 and only has 1 creature left. So, like, this game, you know, if it had been a full 7-card hand, would have been a lot closer, obviously. So, a little unfortunate. And the Embercleave for good luck on that as a parting gift. Not the card you want to draw at 1 life with no creatures in play.
As we saw in sideboard, that is the only Embercleave that Christmas kept in the deck post board.
Right on time.
I mean, Embercleave would have been really good considering that Zan's at 8, but no creatures in play means imminent doom for Christmas here. It is not. It's not Christmas today.
Was the key card here. If that Calyptus had been able to come down, you know, it would have gained 6 to 8 life by now and done 6 to 8 damage. You know, so the Spellbinder both taking Calyptus, being a flyer, you know, and then in concert with the Luminarch Aspirant getting just out of stomp range. So that'll do it. Zan takes it down 2-1 in a pretty tight match.
And that is the end of round 2. We had an Angels Mirror match that we were going to, but it ended as soon as that match ended. So both matches at the end of the tournament ended at the same time. So that is it for round 2. We will be back for round 3 in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Welcome, everybody, to round 3 of Stream League 5, sponsored by Cool Stuff Inc. This round, in round 3, we have featured a couple of players that the winner is locked for the top 8 already. Since this is 4 rounds, people are going to be entering top 8 pretty soon if they are undefeated. So this is going for the 3-0 here, with Ekil playing Mono Green and Jarvis Moonbeam playing Mono Black. What do you think about this matchup? Who has the edge here, do you think? And what can one player do that doesn't have the edge do to win?
This is a wild mono green list. This is a aggressive mono green deck that everyone, hope you're sitting down, is not playing Llanowar Elves.
Wait, what?
More of a +1/+1 counter theme. A lot of new cards here. Pack Leader, Ranger class. I'm kind of excited about this deck, honestly. Does have Growth Chamber Guardian for some card advantage. Vivian Planeswalker. So we'll see. And Pack Leader too, a super cool new card. I imagine that the creatures from green are going to vastly outclass. Heart was sacked here. That one works. The creatures in the mono black deck. So it's going to come down to removal spells, how good Rankle's going to be, and then the flyers should be pretty good too. Although 3 Gem Raisers for the mono green player, which you have reach and can block. Same with Stonecoil Serpent. So the flyers aren't a lock.
See the land here drawn for Jarvis. We see the non-snow land played there, which is interesting. We have a Murderer Strider here on the Pelt Collector there. Ronus the Indomitable on the battlefield, giving Trample and Indestructible and Death Touch to what Ekil has being played here. So let's see what is happening on turn 4. Is there a Collected Company in this list? I would assume so. Growth Chamber Guardian comes down.
There's Ranger class, more of a +1/+1 counter theme here with Growth Chamber Guardian, Ranger class, Vivian, Gem Raiser. It's a lot of +1/+1 counter stuff going on. A very, very unorthodox looking mono green list. There's a lot of really cool things going on.
We got the card advantage with Growth Chamber Guardians. Now, with Growth Chamber Guardian, when there's 1 on the battlefield, there's 4.
Correct. Absolutely, yeah. So we see Rankle here. Ronus, can be pretty tough in matchups like this because a deck like Mono Black has enough removal to kind of keep it off. So mana was spent on it, time was spent on it, but it kind of hasn't done anything yet because the other creatures have been killed. But now we see the Guardian go up and shields down for Mono Black, no removal spells. So Guardian goes up, gets a new Guardian. Now it's a 4/4, turns on Ronus, puts counters on it for Swarm Shambler, and we get to see a huge attack here.
That's a super cool interaction. Putting the counters on it for Swarm Shambler and letting the Ronus attack. They're down to 3 already.
A lot of counter stuff happening here, and then with their Growth Chamber Guardian remaining, there's more cards to come, and this game looks like it's over already.
Wow, Heartless Act not being able to deal with that Growth Chamber Guardian that's a 4/4. We get to deal with the 2/2.
So now we can see a Skyclave Shade here, and then a Rankle attack, and then a Sacrifice, but then our mono green player can just sack the Ronus and use the Growth Chamber Guardian to get in, and there's no recourse for this 4/4 Guardian to finish the game. So I think this should do it.
Yep, this is just Growth Chamber Guardian getting in there. Wow, that was the fastest game 1 I've ever seen.
Yeah, so really, really cool deck here. And also to note, this deck has 4 Blizzard Brawls in it too. So it actually has removal spells as well. So really cool looking list here from our mono green player.
Rumty comes out of the ashes here. Like Rumty was had a little bit of trouble entering this tournament, but we have Rumty 2.0 here in Ekil. Let's see.
You see Doomblade's here.
Yep.
You see Fatal Pushers.
Doomblade really good. Rotting Regisaur probably really good as a blocker. I don't know if you would want it. On the play it seems a little bit better because you can empty your hand out faster.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've honestly, having played against Mono Black a decent amount, Rotting Regisaur is certainly solid. I played against him more with the creativity deck where like emptying their hand is good for me because I can now play out my things the way I want to. It's going to be interesting. There is a lot of sizing up in this mono green deck in ways where +1/+1 counters. Gem Raiser can mutate onto a creature that already has counters on it to be super big. So it's not like the green deck is going to be completely outsized by Regisaur. It's not like it's Gruul, whereas Gruul kind of caps out at like 4/4 or 5/5, so Regisaur is always bigger. This green deck can go pretty big with Vivian as well. So interesting choice to see. Very interesting to see the spawn of Mayhems leave, where flyers seem to be pretty important. Kind of mixing up the threats here. A couple Regisaurs, a couple spawns, a couple Rankles. I don't want to have too much of one thing.
I'd be.
Definitely
I mean,
not a lot
I
in the
think
mono green sideboard.
like the Rotting Regisaur seems good to me, because like it forces them to have the counters and forces them to have the size ups, because a lot of things like Gutter Bones and Dread Wanderer just aren't gonna get there against mono green, right?
For sure. Yeah, they are a little small. There are many Watch Wolves in this deck. 4-pack leader and 3 Barclay Trolls are all 3/3s for 2. So things get sized out pretty quickly.
Especially with the 2-mana, like we have Ranger class, we have the 2-mana 3/3, like especially the new Watch Wolf, right? That's what it's called, Watch Wolf.
Yeah, Watch Wolf is the original 3/3 for 3. Yes, back in the day.
The new werewolf creature, the 2-mana 3/3, is very good against the Dread Wanderers and Gutter Bones.
For sure, yes. And that card's excellent. Having played it in standard, that was my pick for best in show, my set review for green. Card's really good. It's funny actually because my other choice, my second best in show was Ranger class, which also seems
wow,
very good.
I mean, if your first best in show was a 3/3 for 2, and then your second best in show is also a green card, or do you do best in shows for all colors?
For each color, correct? So that's my green best in show. Yes.
I mean, the green best in shows are pretty good.
Yeah, both cards are quite good, giving you an aggressive creature with a lot of value.
I see a discarded Swamp on this side, discarded Werewolf on the other side. The second ability of Ranger class, that gives 1/1 counters?
Correct. I believe it costs 2 to activate, and it will allow whenever you attack, you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, which is also really cool with all the counter things going on here. This deck is really cool.
And it's not on attacking creature, it's on any creature?
It's on the creature that attacks, I believe.
Okay. I mean, still, that paired with Growth Chamber Guardian is really strong.
Yes, I mean, see Blizzard Brawl here, giving the mono green deck an actual removal spell, which is going to be huge. So Harrowstack will take down the Guardian before it can go off, but Mono Black's running out of things to do here. I mean, too many lands in hand. Can't even use Red Wanderer from the graveyard except they have 1 or less cards in hand. So there are creature lands, but there's still a lot going on for a mono green player.
I guess the play for Jarvis Moonbeam last turn could have been like fire up the Faceless Haven and then during attacks use Faceless Haven mana and the creature land mana to Heartless Act. So it could have got 4 damage in there.
Might have been better.
But these Ranger classes are going to add up.
Absolutely.
Especially, I really like the last part of Ranger class where you just get a Vizier of the Menagerie in an enchantment.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good flood insurance effect where these aggro decks have the problem where if they flood, they kind of just can't win anymore because they just don't have any way to draw cards.
Right.
So having that sort of like extra ability doesn't need to be there, but if you flood, it is there. It's very powerful.
Especially because it just makes a creature anyways, so you don't have to like you don't have to like your Vizier, but I think it might even be better than Vizier the Menagerie itself, because if you kill the creature, then you can no longer have that effect. Whereas the enchantments are harder to interact with as well.
Not a very timely thought, Cease.
Yeah, not at all.
not really the best draw there.
Man, this mono green deck seems really strong.
Yeah, I'm very impressed, and it's if you told me, I guess when I first saw the list, I was like, no Lana Royals. So are you been drinking?
No company.
But this has been working out really well. I still think that Lana Royals might be a part of this deck in some way in the future. If it's going to be tuned or whatever, but. All the things happening here are very synergistic. Almost every card has, +1/+1 counter synergies. Ranger class does it. Just really cool stuff happening. Really cool deck. And that'll do it. And then now it's locked for top 8. So
wow, lock for top 8 there. And Echo's locked for top 8. Let's go ahead and move over to Angels against Rogues here. So we have this green-white Angels list, second Righteous Valkyrie coming down. Memory Lapse shooing that one away to the top of the library. It will get milled by the Wind Robber or the Thieves Guild Enforcer if there's another rogue in hand, or they can deal with the Righteous Valkyrie in any way. Nothing on end step for Berserksy. We only see a Fabled Passage. How do you analyze this game from here? This is still game 1.
Yeah, I mean, no end step play here, and then if there's no play in the main phase, I mean, the second Valkyrie is very good, and it means that our Rogues player's hand is very weak. And It's funny, you know, however good Memory Lapse is just in general, it's literally just counterspell in this Rogues deck, you know, because they mill the top cards so often. So I don't know, this Rogues deck looks really good here. And then we're coming in here. Merfolk Windrobber walking right into Righteous Valkyrie. No fear, Shakespeare. Just gonna sack and draw a card.
Yeah,
so this feels pretty desperate for our Rogues player.
Especially because, like, they're gonna have to play the mill plan because they're probably never gonna be able to out tempo the life gain of the Angels.
Right. Okay. So I guess we didn't see the Lurrus in hand. I saw it not as a companion. I figured it died already.
Oh, it probably got brainstormed.
Good, obviously.
It probably got brainstormed. Yeah.
Draw a card, get the card back, mill the top card anyway. We see the Cleric class get leveled up. Oh, the last card was another Rogue too.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Those two cards that were in hand were basically the perfect two cards. I guess the Thought Thief was probably drawn off the Windrobber draw in combat, but yeah, this board shifted real fast.
We see them all coming in here. Might see a block on the Windrobber again to force the draw, but if that happens, the Windrobber comes back and mills 2 more cards anyway. So like you might as well just let it get in.
Yeah, I think that blocking it makes sense. No block surprises me a little bit because why not just block and save 2 life? But yeah, definitely gonna get sacked anyway and then replay it anyway. And maybe a good company off the top, but there needs to be some major things happening on this Angel side to turn this game around because it's looking real bad.
And we see a new card here played. This class, I believe that's Cleric class there. It says that cards that your opponents cast on your own turn cost 1 more, which is like it's like a Thalia that's harder to deal with, which I think I like a lot.
I think it's actually Paladin class. The Cleric class doubles life gain or adds an extra life to life gain.
Oh, this is Cleric. Okay.
Which can be super relevant here because the 4 life gained. Actually, I'm sorry. It's gonna gain. Valkyrie's gonna gain 3 life here, so we're still a little bit short of enough life to make a 4/4. So we'll see 4 life gained off Angel, 3 for the power, and then 1 for the extra trigger off of the class. 1 short of making the token, which would have actually swung this game around a lot. I think if a 4/4 token was made here, that might have put enough stuff in play to actually to do to defense up here. Does get a counter off the second ability of the Paladin class, but no Angel token. Decent defensive position, but the Rogues player with Lurrus in play, Windrobber have access to. Now there's a castle also, just cascading advantages here. You know, so many cards drawn every turn, already ahead on board. Still gonna be a tough comeback for our Angels player. Although the third ability in the class is a 5-mana reanimate. So pull an Angel back from the graveyard, even if a land is drawn next turn, you know, we're still in the ballpark of possibly coming back, but it's gonna be difficult. Mill 2. I imagine we'll see both robbers blocked here. Not like that. I think you could probably split it up and not block 2-on-1 here. Don't need to take this Windrobber out, you know, super hard. And there goes Castle Lockthwain. So want to draw off Castle before sacrificing the robbers, take less damage. Both robbers probably get sacked here. One of them will get recast. More cards milled off Enforcer. More cards drawn. You know, we see a Drown the Lock drawn here, or any sort of like counterspell, removal spell to lock this game up could be a kind of a lockup piece. But again, the Paladin class is an activated ability. You can't counter it. So the Paladin class will get back some Angel from the graveyard. And I imagine there'll be plenty of options in there from all the milling. So essentially whatever 3-drop or less that our Angels player wants will be available to them for free and uncounterable. Or not free, but uncounterable. And that was actually a really good draw too. So with the Paladin or the Cleric class ability costing 5 and 6 mana in play, the Speaker can also be cast. So we're going to see another Angel here too. Options are Heliod, Resplendent Angel, another Righteous Valkyrie. You're going to choose Resplendent Angel. This is going to enter the battlefield. It's going to trigger, put counter on it, gain 4 life total, and then the Speaker will be the last life needed to trigger the Angels. So if the Speaker resolves here, there'll be 2 Angel tokens added to the battlefield. This is a huge spell. There's 4 cards in hand for our Rogues player, and any counters that can counter us will counter it, obviously. So, yeah. Big moment here.
That's what I was
This
saying
evolves
about
the
like the
game
rogue's
ending.
game plan has to be milling out Shinoji because the life gain's gonna get out of control. You're not gonna be able to kill Shinoji in time. That's a good thing about Berserk's deck though, about the rogue's deck, is you can transition into like killing them a different way if damage doesn't do that.
For sure. And there's the lapse, unfortunately. So even with that not working, the bodies in play for our Angel player are very, very big. Oh, it did go off. What did I miss?
Maybe Berserk's was thinking the same thing as you.
I don't understand why.
I think I missed something too though. Can someone in chat let us know what happened there?
Because you got to gain 5 life to trigger the Resplendent Angels.
So the cleric class give additional life that we're not counting?
It gives 1 extra life, but it didn't work last turn, so why would it work this turn?
And it gives the life equal to the toughness, not the power. So maybe that was missed as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm actually very confused right now. So the Righteous Valkyrie gains life equal to the toughness or power, whatever it is, of the angel coming into play, which would be 3, and then the cleric class adds 1 to that. So it should have been 4 life like it was last turn. I don't know where the extra point of life came from. This thing came from.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so the reanimation effect has an additional ability of gaining life on top of that. So the reanimation effect gained the life, and then the Valkyrie also gained the life. So it was 3, and then 3, and then 1, and then 1 for 8 total life gain. That's enough for the Angels, and then we're off to the races. My apologies. New card. A lot of words in that class card. But back to the game, as you were saying, correct. I think that the mill plan is now the current plan of action for our Rogues player to win this game. Not exactly sure what the library is. It's looking pretty thin, though. And with these Wind Robbers cycling through and through, we get mills every turn. Any rogue can attack, also trigger Soaring Thought Thief. So definitely can mill at least 4 cards a turn, if not more. These Wind Robbers are also very good blockers, too. So there are a lot of large angels in the battlefield right now. And going to fire up the Resplendent Angel, which will give it lifelink, which will make 2 more angels as long as it can hit. However, that's not going to work because the lifelinking angel can be blocked by a Wind Robber, and then the robber can sacrifice to stop the lifelink damage. So nothing else to do with the mana here anyway. Might as well fire it up, but the lifelink will be denied by a Wind Robber as long as it's blocked and sacrificed. So we see Wind Robber on the lifelink 6/6, the other robber on the other largest attacker. There is 7 damage coming through here. Now I think a bit of a misstep from our Angels player. If they had just waited on their Resplendent Angel triggers, then both robbers need to block both angels. Otherwise, the life gain will threaten more angels. So able to block the 5/5 instead of a 4/4. Point damage may or may not matter, but 2 sacrifices, 7 damage coming through. Our Rogues player is going to drop down to it's 8 to 3 life here, or 4 life, and a fatal push too. Okay, never mind. So it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Does that class only work once, or can you keep doing it?
I believe it's only once. You can just level up to the next level, and then to the next level, and then the last level. And once you're at the last level, if it's a triggered effect, it happens once, and that's it.
Right, and I think it's a triggered effect to reanimate, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, some class effects are static, and then occasionally they're triggered. When you get to the level, it happens immediately, and then that's it. It's over. So
I've never played with that class before, but it seems to work really well in this deck.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of cool things. You know, the front value just gives you a few extra life points here or there, and then of course it scales up as the game goes on. And then sort of like the green class we saw in the last deck, where it's kind of like this mana sink insurance policy for the late game.
Are you playing some Book of Exalted Deeds in this deck?
There are, yes. There are 2 Book of Exalted Deeds and 3 Faceless Havens.
Nice. So you also have that thing to do in this deck as well. So if you don't kill them with the angels, you can always just lock them out forever.
Correct. Although I think at this point, it looks like our Rogues player has things mostly in hand. There are enough cards drawn here. I see a few enough cards in the Angel player's deck. If this 5 can be killed here by a fatal push or something like that, then the attack can come in. I think there's enough resources here for our Rogues player to kind of weather the storm, deal with an Angel or 2. There's actually nothing else going on for our Angels player, kind of just playing off the top of the deck. The Wind Robber can always block the Lifelinker to stop that. into the story for our Rogues player as well. Lots of mana. Unless they break off pretty bad here, I think they're in really good shape.
I wonder how close Berserksy is to milling out his own deck with drawing so many cards.
Hey, that'd be pretty funny, actually.
We see a Daxos here, not really used to seeing that card, so going heavier into the life gain, of course.
Yeah, some Daxos, some Heliod's, kind of a mixture of like green-white life gain and then green-white angels for sure.
And the prison deck.
Beef, triggers. Would love a library count. I feel like our Angels player is unconcerned. They have not checked their library count once in all of this. They're like, when they're gone, they're gone. What can I do? So see the Angel died to Death Touch, and the 1-drop was part of the mill engine. So big draw here, company. How many cards are left though?
I don't even know. He hasn't looked at his deck at all.
Yeah. So like.
This could be the entire deck.
So we see Soul Warden and Heliod.
Which is very good. Of course,
a lot of triggers. But again, with these 2 robbers to block every turn, does it really matter?
Well, the 2 robbers can block this turn, but they can't get the second robber back. So let's hope they don't have like Agadeem's Awakening or something on Berserksy's side. All right, well, that's it for game 1. They decided that it was enough without even looking at their deck.
Yeah, I think that, the thing is that even though they can't get both robbers back every turn, they had drawn, 8 cards over the last 2 turns.
Right.
So, there's just more creatures to play, more removal spells. It's just, you can't beat their whole deck, basically. They just keep killing things and memory lapsing and so on and so forth. So, we'll see how game 2 goes. It feels like the efficiency of the Rogues deck is a bit ahead here because the Angels deck, it's not your typical company deck, because they are a synergy deck trying to assemble certain combinations of cards. And a card like Cleric Class or Soul Warden or Speaker of the Heavens, without the synergy actually working, they're pretty bad on rate. So as long as the Rogues player can apply some pressure, deal some damage, turn off the Speaker, make Soul Warden a 1/1 and not let the life total get too ballooned, the Angels player has to put things together. And the Rogues deck is very good at taking things apart. So I think the Rogues player is favored here.
Yeah, I believe so too. It's going to be a matter of I think it's a flyer battle too for the because if the Angels deck can get 3 or 4 flyers out before and it makes Berserksy chump block with a couple flyers and there's not Lurrus in play bringing them back every turn. So I feel like what Angels has to do here is try as best as possible to put the Rogues deck on the back foot.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Rogues is a deck in general you really can't fall behind against. You're in trouble, but especially the case here. Absolutely. Totally agree.
All right. Very I think this is a very good hand. Was he a mulligan here? Whoa. Okay. Well, mulligan into no white mana, that also is a problem. Wait. Am I missing something? That hand was so good.
Exalted Deeds combo.
Am I missing something on that first hand?
The first hand, it looked fine to me. It wasn't exceptionally good, but it was, it had a reasonable curve. You got to have some faith in your deck. You're going to draw a few good cards too. So, yeah, I'm pretty surprised that first hand was mulligan, and then that second hand was just comical, obviously.
Well, you had the combo, just no white mana to just use the combo.
It had Faceless Haventron. And this is kind of what I was saying, where the Cleric class is a cool piece to the puzzle. Bishop of Wings is a cool piece to the puzzle, but without completing the puzzle, these cards don't really do that much. They're synergy cards, and without the rest of the pieces to work with, it's a 1/4. It's a 1-mana enchantment that doesn't do anything. So, and then the Rogues deck is really good at picking that apart. So even without the Rogues player even doing anything, there's no counter spells or discard spells have been cast yet. Our Angels player is still struggling to put these things together. Then once the Rogues player starts casting Fatal Pushes and Thought Seizes and Memory Lapses and stuff like that, things can get really, really ugly here.
And the Memory Lapse is going to get even more brutal for Shinoji because there's no land drops being drawn here.
Absolutely. Although it's funny because the mill might work in their favor there, where they might just incidentally mill the top card off lapse anyway. So it's a spot where usually hard counterspell is better than Memory Lapse, except in a spot like this. But we see a third Cleric class drawn. And again, this card, it's good as part of an engine, but doesn't really do much by itself. And the third copy is a little light here. So we see a Soaring Thought Thief, Rogue.
Yeah.
There's no right for rogues right now.
And if Berserksea can just hit another land drop, the game is like way out of control. There we go. Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay. This is like a dream for Berserksea here. Like even I would say even if Shinoji drew like third and fourth land here, it would probably still be like way in Berserksea's favor.
This game is comically over. Like, our Angels player is mulligan to 5, and realistically, all 3 of these cleric classes haven't actually done anything. You know, like, because the pieces aren't there yet. There's no engines being set up. So the speaker comes down, and our Angel player is at 12. Speaker's a 1/1 lifelinker, and it's just not, you know, the pieces need to come together to do things. They're just not coming together at all. So
third Fatal Push comes down.
Yeah, I think that if the Angels deck, I think, would be well served to try and board out some of these engine pieces and be a little more of a like kind of just a normal fair deck in a match like this, because Rogue is so good at picking things apart. Obviously, this is a pretty extreme example. Unfortunately, there was a mulligan to 5. There have been as many cleric classes drawn as lands, you know, so a pretty non-ideal draw for our Angels player. But I definitely could see in sideboarding possibly considering, you know, bringing in some more regular creatures, removal spells, things like that, and going a little less on the synergy stuff. Yeah, that was a brutal game to watch.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the Rogues deck can do that to you even if you draw well, but when you don't draw well, it's even worse.
Absolutely.
And that was the last round. Rounds are moving super quick here. That was the last match of the round. We're going to be back with round 4. And right after round 4, we're going to have the top 8. So going into round 4, we could be seeing locks in for top 8. We've already seen one lock in for top 8 after a win last round. But let's go ahead and start round 4 back here with Stream League 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com in just a few minutes. See you soon. Welcome to round 4, the last round of Swiss of Stream League 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We're going to go ahead and get into a match with Voiden playing Mardu Humans and Dragozi playing Sultai Ultimatum. What are your first impressions of this matchup, Jim?
It's going to be interesting because, like we said before with the Mardu Humans deck, like, very, very well-tailored to beat spell-based decks. 4 Freebooter, 3 Thalia, 4 Spellbinder. No removal, but there are very few creatures actually in the Ultimatum deck. So I think it should be a pretty good matchup for the human deck.
Yeah, we can see like really fast draws from the Ultimatum deck, but instead of there might be Growth Spiral in this deck. Let me know if there isn't, or I don't think there is, but there is an Omen of the Sea, which doesn't actually ramp, so it could give Voiden the time to be able to put some creatures and power in play to win before the Ultimatums go crazy.
Yeah, there are 4 Explorer and 4 Growth Spiral, but of course 80 card deck, don't always draw them. And this opening end looks pretty slow from our Ultimatum player. You know, Liliana, Dreadhorde General, not a card you want to draw that often. Interestingly, keeps Memory Lapse on top. Has a 3rd land, but it's a painful land. The land that can be taken by Freebooter, which is pretty sweet. I love me a good Stone Rain in any form. And then Golos here, an interesting 2 of in the main deck, and solid blocker, solid ramper here, but taking him at land is going to be pretty brutal. No kill spells in hand. No black sources either.
Wow.
This is a yucky hand from our Sultai player's side. So, I mean, we see the lapse on the 2-drop. And again, this is kind of what I was saying before. You know, the one downside here being that the human deck isn't the fastest clock, you know, without Dahlia's Lieutenant and things like that, no Mantis Riders. So, you know, only getting in for 2 this turn, and the cards like Kai'Sa Freebooter and Friends, you know, they're good, but they're temporary tactics. They're stall tactics, not, you know, final, this card's gone forever kind of thing. Spellbinder, same idea, where that binding is still there, it just costs a little more. So, still no black mana for our Sultai player, and the board is now looking more dangerous for the humans player. Growth Spiral here, still no black mana. I suppose that Golos could find that if necessary, and there is 1 copy of the World Tree in the deck as well. A little bit of a combo with Golos that will fix all the mana. So, big turn here. Here comes the General, pumps the squad, +3 to the attack, 8 damage coming across here, and I think this is probably going to do it, honestly. I don't know. You know, Golos is not winning this, beating this board right now. There's 6 power in the air, so this game's just over.
Wow. It's pretty quick, especially it hurts not to have a black mana from this point in the game. Yeah, like we said, we kind of foreshadowed that a little bit when we were talking about the matchup. What does it take for the Sultai deck to win game 2 here?
I'm honestly surprised with the keep from a Sultai player. I mean, this is an open decklist tournament, so you now know what you're playing against. You know the exact list of what you're playing against. And that hand was, you know, pretty slow, pretty vulnerable. Vulnerable to a Freebooter taking the spell land as a land. A little surprised, honestly. You know, post board, a lot of kill spells come in. You know, there's Languish and Inquisition of Kozilek and an Elder Gargaroth, kind of a cool one. Not honestly a ton of removal in the sideboard. But the main deck has, you know, Pushes and Shadow's Verdict and Harvest Act and so on and so forth. And then on our human side, not too much to bring in. Campbell probably make an appearance as well. Possible of Purifying Light, kind of a cool card. Just a 2/1 pro black. Not a lot of ways to kill that card out of the Sultai deck. And 2 Redains. Not a human, but very good against expensive spells. And we see a hand with the opposite problem for game 2 here of 6 lands and a Fatal Push. Gonna keep it. It has perfect mana and it's Fatal Push. Of course, Yorian's an extra card as well. A mulligan on Void's side. So, bit of a risky keep here. We'll see how it turns out. One option with this hand that our Sultai player did have was to hold the Triome and play a different land and then potentially cycle it later. But draws the Explorer, looks pretty good. 2 spells in a row, looking pretty good. Now has Fatal Push up as well. So definitely a decent start for our Sultai player. And there's Thalia. Of course, a little awkward with a Fatal Push because you can't push the Thalia with only 1 mana up. But can kill the 1-drop. Thalia's here. So both players kind of light on resources. 4 lands for our Yorian player, 1 creature and 4 cards in hand for our humans player, and we'll see. Another land. This one cycles though. Enforcer protects Thalia, puts more pressure on the board. I imagine we're gonna see this Tron which gets cycled here. I mean, we just need to find some action. Putting Yorian in hand here is actually pretty good. It just guarantees a play next turn. And then again, like we were saying, the humans deck actually doesn't handle creatures very well. Giant Killer probably got sided out, so Yorian would be a pretty big roadblock. We see Bodyguard now. Unfortunately, for our humans player, Bodyguard and Enforcer not very good against Languish, the sweeper of choice from our Sultai player, or Shadow's Verdict, which will both exile or -X/-X. Therefore, the Indestructible Claw is not very relevant, but takes Liliana as the only spell, and now land drawn, but nothing really to do here. So put Yorian in hand, play a tap land, taking a whole bunch of damage here. I think I would have liked to see Yorian to hand last turn. I think the body, unless there's a Giant Killer floating in hand, just stonewalls the entire board and would buy a lot of time to actually draw spells and then get out of a sort of Thalia soft lock.
Right.
So it's got the same mana cost as Euro Titan of Nature's Wrath as a Growth Spiral under Thalia. Similar effect, but not quite Euro. Not quite Euro. Sweet. Ooh, okay. All right, that was pretty good. Time walks, just draw ultimatum off the top.
That works too.
That's sort of what I was saying about these sort of delaying tactics here. Thalia, freebooter. If you don't close the game out, eventually they're going to draw lands and play a big spell and draw a big spell. And I believe the ultimatum is good to go here, even under Thalia. We've got blue, black, green. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. So going to move to the combat step first, which is interesting. I feel like this gives more information to the humans player, but probably won't matter either way. And let's see what turns up here. I mean, you can see, this is what we're going to see a smorgasbord of mass removal spells here. 1 Languish, 1 Epiphany, and 1 Shadow's Verdict. And can give both Wraths, which is kind of redundant, but we'll Wrath the board regardless. Liliana goes back to hand. Yorian's still here, and I don't really see a recovery for our humans player. There isn't really a sort of like recovery mechanic in this humans deck. No real card draw. There are 3 Tajik for haste creatures, but aside from that, pretty hard to recover from this. So even though the ultimate... Oh,
wait.
Right. Thalia.
Wow.
Cast them. Right. Totally
Wow.
missed it. Yeah. In my excitement to commentate the ultimatum being drawn, ooh, ultimatum, we did it! But I missed the fact that the Thalia still taxes the ultimatum spells. So that'll do it. That's it.
Wow.
And Thalia Guardian of Thraben, really, really good Magic card. An absolute staple in every format. Hasn't really found its footing yet in Historic because, again, a lot of the creature decks all play Company. But with the advent of Brainstorm and more cheap spells into the format, Thalia is looking really, really good. Again, like I said, I've wanted to build sort of like a Thalia, 3 or 4 color humans deck and kind of haven't gotten around to it. And Thalia was obviously very impressive there.
All right, we're going to go ahead and try to we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty here, but we're going to go ahead and try to set up watching Ali Eldrazi versus Zansai. Very, very exciting match with a mono black or mono white deck that Zansai is playing versus the Niv Mizzet Reborn list that Ali Eldrazi is playing. So let's go ahead and try to get over there. What do you think about this matchup? Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and move us to the Discord area and try to watch Ali Eldrazi play. So give us 1 second on doing that really quick, and I'll go ahead and move over here to Ali Eldrazi here in this feature match.
Yeah, we have a sort of an SCG Tour old school. Years ago, of course, Zan captain of Team Lotus Box, very popular on tour recently. Obviously, it hasn't been the SG Tour but both very, very accomplished players, both very, very good players, both streamers. And we have a mono white aggro versus 5-color. It's honestly going to be very similar to the game we just watched, where both decks are different, but the ideas are the same. Mono white, Thalia, Archon of Maria, Spellbinder, try and win the game quickly and stop the big spell deck from playing big spells. And conversely, Ali, of course, big spell master Ali Antrazi is going to be trying to play Nimbus Reborn, bunch of removal spells, bunch of tap lands. Going to be an interesting one for sure. Definitely going to be a pretty tense battle between, the big things trying to happen and the white deck trying to stop them.
All right, so it looks like I did figure it out here. So we're going to go ahead and see and watch this over Discord. Working on the fly here.
How am I going to... I'll just watch the stream, I guess. That's fine, sure.
All right, so...
We're already in action here. And things are looking real good for Ali because I see 5 lands in play of various colors and nothing in play for Zan. And Ali even has the Lightning Helix here for the creature land. So, Ali is down a game. This is game 2, but... Oh, wow. Fight is 1 to protect the Faceless Haven. And we'll see the Scarab God here, which is pretty big. And there aren't a lot of answers to the Scarab God in Zan's deck. 3 copies of Declaration Stone. Not really a great card in a matchup like this. And untapping a Scarab God is usually game over.
Well, that was pretty quick.
All right, yeah. I mean, again, if it's turn 5 and the board is empty and Ali isn't dead exactly to the Faceless Haven attack, that's got to be a win for Ali, So, sideboarding here for game 3. A lot of good cards, Lightning Helix, Vanishing Verse, even Tyrant Scorn, Deputy, Kolaghan's Command, Deafening Clarion. A lot of good tools, but of course, Zan will be on the play this game. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben on the play. Pretty powerful. Archon of Maria, Redain, Elite Spellbinder. A lot of tools here. A lot of tools. I like those fighters ones.
And hopefully this looks okay for you guys, everyone sitting at home or on their phones, wherever you're watching this, because I literally put this together last second.
Looks great.
I did not have this set up before.
Of course, I am here too. So
yeah. I did not have this entire thing set up before this started. This is a last minute change that we had to make from what we usually stream from. So hopefully this works out. We have a couple Deafening Clarions in hand, putting that Hydrate Crisis back. Maybe not enough time to play that. Maybe we'll play it later on in the game, but definitely not something we should look to start against the mono white deck.
Yeah, the first hand was a 2-lander with Expressive Iteration. I think it hand looked pretty good, but it was extremely vulnerable to Thalia. So I think pretty disciplined mulligan there from Ali. And mulligan do a pretty good one here. There are some tap lands, of course, but Helix, Clarion, Vanishing Verse. A lot of pressure on Zan to have Thalia or some sort of stopping effect here. Giant Killer, not very exciting. We have a 1-1 and a 1-2. And while Ali is struggling with lands here, they're not really the biggest clock coming across with these 2 1 power creatures.
Archon of Maria comes down. We're going to see not having an untapped land, but you can't have an untapped land in this deck. There are no basics. So
Right.
land coming in tapped regardless to this Archon of Maria here.
Yeah, we see Vanishing Verse here, which is pretty good. Helix also available, I believe. These are fancy Triumph arts, and I can't tell what's what. A Mardu Triumph and a Teamer Triumph.
That's a Mardu, a Sultai, and a Jeskai.
All right, so Verse is up, Helix is not, because Sultai Triumph is obviously not very good with Lightning Helix. But Verse is up, so the Archon can be killed here. Important to note, of course, that Zan does have 2 fight as 1 to defend against kill spells, but that will not stop Vanishing Verse, which will exile. So I imagine we're going to see Verse on the Archon here. Yep, and then again, kind of an anemic attack. We've seen this, now with the human deck and now with this deck. The early plays just aren't that threatening. The only attack for 1, huge draw there.
Huge untapped draw, yeah.
And that Thalia would have been a problem. There is no problem no longer, and things are looking really bad for Zan. Ollie's hand is stacked.
Yep.
Double Lightning Helix, Master Removal Spell, found the Crisis that went away, so a little bit of a threat and a card draw here, and Ollie's in a phenomenal spot here.
Would you have considered not playing the Crisis and just holding all removal spells until you can Crisis for more?
I think that given that Zan only has 3 cards in hand, I think just getting things on the board is very reasonable. I sort of see where you're coming from. I'm also pretty greedy when it comes to stuff like that too. But let's put the Crokeyz in play, keep your Helixes up, put your Gantha in hand. Like, there's so much going on here. We see Athalia, but I don't think this white... Oh, take it easy, Ollie. I don't think this white deck really has the comeback potential against this sort of hand. You know, there really isn't, like we were saying before, you know, there's no way to draw cards.
There's no Coco.
Yeah, there's no company. There's no like big singular threat. The most impressive threat in the entire deck is, I mean, probably Elite Spellbinder, I guess, from like a damage output perspective. So like, I just don't see a way to come back here.
You know, this is the strength. Yeah, this is the strength of the Niv Mizzet deck. Like, when Niv Mizzet survives, like, they just win the game.
Yeah, for sure. That's not bad. You know, Adanto Vanguard, there are 3 of those in the deck, and that is a card that's going to fight through here. And of course, the Gigantha. It's funny, people ask me a lot, Gigantha, was it worth a sideboard slot? Why are you playing this card, kind of thing? And like, yeah, it's just a freaking 5/5. Like, sometimes a 5/5 will do exactly what you need here. And without Gigantha, Adanto Vanguard could do some work against this Deafening Clarion and this Lightning Helix, but
I love Gigantha in this deck for more than just it's a 5/5. It casts Niv Mizzet just from tapping it.
That's true. All right, so we see a Giant Killer, and that kind of makes sense, honestly, from Zan's side. Zan has had these 2 cards in hand for a while. Like, what else could they be? So we see a Giant Killer. We see Vanguard coming in. Zan's putting up a fight here. Not going down without a fight. Giant Killer is also kind of reasonable as well. And still see Clarion, still see
There we
Helix.
go. There's the Vanishing Verse for the Adanto Vanguard. Now we're just like...
Never mind.
super far ahead again.
I'm going to say still no answer to the Vanguard, but there it is. Iteration as well. It's all going Ollie's way here.
Temple Garden goes back. Drowned Catacomb goes in exile. We'll see the maybe another iteration fired off, I guess, to try to like maybe get a Niv Mizzet or something. The Vanishing Verse is definitely taking out this Vanguard probably. I think Ali Eldrazi's going into like end the game mode here, right?
Yeah, I think this verse needs to be cast. Honestly, I mean this iteration.
Here we go.
Like, yes, we get 2 lands and a demon. I guess the demon is never mind. The demon can be cast here for X equals 1. That's really, really good.
The reason why I love this...
actually chose not to do that. Wow.
The reason why I like this demon...
exile the land that can't be played, and then put the demon in hand, which is inefficient, but probably doesn't matter at all.
I think they're going for like demon for more than X equals 1.
Killing the Vanguard's pretty good. I don't know. And the thing is that, like, at this point, Ali is so far ahead, he could probably hit buttons at random and still win the game.
Well, the demon can go X equals 5 and bring back the Gigantha with haste and everything else in the graveyard.
Sure, that's true. All roads lead to Rome, kind of thing. Like, between the Helix and the Clarion and the Crokeyz and the demon and everything else, again, there isn't really major comeback potential from this white deck, as we were saying. So
yeah, and
gonna make your play. Gonna go for 5.
So I love the demon because it can do this, or it could just wipe the board.
For sure. So yeah, in for 7, huge blocker in play. I mean, Giant Killer can tap things, but that is only delaying the inevitable. So I think this is good to go.
See a deck in stone here. We still have a 5/5 and a 2/2 left. Clarion's gonna wipe out this blocker here. Give the Gigant the lifelink potentially. Well,
yeah, I really don't like boarding in a card like Deck and Stone in a matchup like this. It's the kind of thing where, like, if you have it the exact turn they tap out for Niv Mizzet and have lethal on the board, sure. But aside from that, it's just card disadvantage, and you just can't afford to not have a threat, I don't think. Like, it's just a non-threat. At any point if the game devolves a little bit into this, where you're not winning the game quickly, like, it's just card disadvantage. I'm just not really about it. I think Giant Killer is decent enough as a creature, and also an answer to the creatures that, like, I'm cool with that. But don't love the Declaration of Stone in here. I would not be surprised if it had been rotting in hand for a while.
Maybe the answer to beating Niv Mizzet is just to be greedy with the Deck and Stone and like try to actually have lethal on board when they tap out, and that's just the way to win.
Yeah, but like it could be another threat, it could be something else. I don't know. I mean, that was a pretty big shellacking there. That game was not particularly close. So very impressive showing from Ali there, defeating the the aggro deck on the play with a lot of tools against what Ollie's doing. So very impressive win.
All right, and let's go ahead and see if we can get another match here. We have a few more players still playing, I believe. Let's go ahead and see who's going on here. We have Echo playing Mono Green versus Fim playing Angels. Let's go ahead and see if we can see that match. What do you think? I mean, Ollie top 4 this tournament last time with Niv Visit. Very, very powerful deck. Also, very good with the deck as well, and he always likes to play greedy deck. So, if Zansiad is locked in for top cut or makes top cut at like 8th or 7th place here, what do you think? Do they have to just dodge the Niv Visit matchup, or what has to go right for Zansiad to take this one?
I mean, I think that it's mostly just, that game Ollie drew 2 Clarions and 2 Helixes in the first 5 turns, and like that's the kind of thing that Zan needs to avoid. I mean, the Thalias are great. There are Spellbinders. The tools are there for sure, especially on the play for the white deck to just be this disruptive deck that takes down the control deck. I think also Ollie did draw that untapped land in a very timely fashion. If Ollie had not drawn the Glacial Fortress on turn 4 to allow him to Clarion through the Thalia, that's an extra 4 or 5 damage, and that might have swung the game. So, definitely, Ollie's hand did line up pretty well when there are cards in it, in the deck that don't line up super well. So I don't think it's like a lopsided matchup by any means at all. But the tools are there for both sides, basically.
Speaking of your Deck and Stone theory here, you could just use Giant Killer as your Deck and Stone in that case, right? And just keep all the Giant Killers in, and then just swap out the Deck and Stone for like any other threat, right?
Exactly. So the thing is that Giant Killer, even though it is not a very good threat, it's still a threat. It's still a creature in some way, and it has the backdoor capacity to take out this Niv Mizzet. So it's not a card there to kill Niv Mizzet, but it can also do that or tap a Niv Mizzet at some point as well. So it's flexible enough where it's a card I'm happy to still have in my deck, where normally you'd board that card out against like Azorius Control or Jeskai Control. But in a spot like this, it's flexible enough where it can kill Niv Mizzet. That's also just the 1-drop if he needs to be.
Yeah, I think I agree with that as well. You don't need something like Deck and Stone, but maybe like there's a lot of threats in the Niv Visit deck that that you might not be able to Giant Killer all of them, but I believe using Giant Killer, especially if you have multiple of them, saving them for those threats, replacing the Deck and Stones with other threats. But I think for the most part, like if like you said, if Ollie didn't draw that sweeper, the land to cast the sweeper literally on curve, it might have been a different game. So
for sure.
Good luck to Zan and see if that he can make top 8. But I believe Ollie is locked for top 8. The top 8 will be coming next round after this short break. That was the last round. That was the last match of this round. The last round of Switch, which is round 4. Moving over to the top 8. Congrats to everyone that made the top 8. We're gonna go ahead and see which players those are and let you know who they are right after this break. Top 8 coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome everybody to the top 8 of Stream League 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We're gonna go right into a match with Jarvis Moonbeam playing against Fimixen MTG. Jarvis Moonbeam is playing Mono Black Aggro, and Fimixen MTG is playing Green White Angels. Who's favored here? And what do you think about this matchup, Jim?
One important thing to note is that if the combo is pulled off of Book of Exalted Deeds and Faceless Haven. There's no Faceless Haven in this deck. I have a different Angels deck. This is different than the one we saw before. I'm sorry.
Right. This is Fim's deck.
Right. So forget what I just said. That part's not relevant. It's gonna come down to just basically, can the Angels player get online through the black player's removal? You know, the creatures in the Angels deck are certainly far superior to the creatures in the black deck, but they gotta stick around. You know, so we'll see how that goes. And again, there's some synergy cards here like Soul Warden, which, you know, are a little lower power level. Can they turn on the other Angels cards? And of course, Skyclade's going to be huge here. Company's going to be huge here. Declaration's pretty big too. So a lot of tools on the Angel side. See a very creature-heavy draw from a mono black player too, which I feel like doesn't bode very well, because in a straight creature-on-creature fight here, the mono black creatures are kind of embarrassing. And Bishop of Wings is a 2-mana 1/4, which is actually stonewalling the entire squad right now. Speaker of the Heavens, gain some life, and another Bishop. And yeah, this is some Horned Turtle shenanigans here. Just a tale as old as time. Horned Turtle versus Savannah Lions.
What is Horned Turtle? Horned Turtle.
It's a 1/4 for 3. That's it. Just a classic. Classic defensive limited card. So the Knight can go in at the cost of an entire turn, but I mean, you know, it's kind of interesting here because at 24 life, you know, the Angels player can take a hit, but every hit taken actually lowers the synergy of the deck because the goal is to get above a certain life total. So this is an interesting spot of, should the Angel player block, and if they do, should the mono black player even pump and waste their entire turn not deploying other threats? So interesting spot here on both sides. And the rope agrees.
Yeah, 1/4 is a crazy huge number for the deck with full of 2/1s.
Absolutely. So only takes one, decides to just Heartless Act the Speaker. Heartless Acting a 1-drop. You know, there are some big creatures in this deck. Resplendent Angel, Righteous Valkyrie, and Friends, and of course Collected Company as well. So this could be a huge hit. And
I think this game's just a lot more than over.
Yeah, I think this game is 100% over. There's no chance for any sort of a course here. 46 life for our Angels player. An Angel token's coming. Everything's freaking huge. Yeah, this is
immediate
top right.
Scoop.
Top right and get out of here.
Just hitting that cog on the top right, just straight to concede mode.
That was a game where, like we said, the creatures just don't battle very well. If the game's going to be about my creatures versus your creatures, the Angel deck will win that almost every time. So Doomblade comes in, you know, more removal comes in, and it's going to be a lot more about, you know, can creatures be killed? Murderous Rider coming out is pretty interesting. You know, cut some Wanderers, cut some Gutter Bones, you know, cut some Skyclave Shades. Shaving Spawn of Mayhem. I think it's a little weird here to be cutting the bigger creatures, the ones that can actually battle pretty well. However, the mono black deck is on the play, so can try and kind of get under them and see how that works.
Like I think if it was me, I would just say like all my Dread Wanderers are really bad. All of my Gutter Bones are really bad. I'm taking all of those out and I'm replacing those with my removal spells and being the control deck since I'm playing black cards.
And now the issue with that is though that the life deck has a lot of things that happen when it gets to a certain life total. So without the early aggression, now that life total goes up very quickly. Speaker of the Heavens turns on faster. Valkyrie turns on faster. So there's a bit of a push and pull there, you know?
Yeah, so like if you're the mono black deck, then like how do you want to win this game if you're playing mono black?
I'm not sure. You know, I think that some amount of aggression is warranted. It just needs to be a good mix of creatures and removal. Like that spot there. So a Doomblade being used on the Soul Warden, the 1-drop. It could have been an attack and just play Skyclave Shade or play 2 creatures, you know? So there's an element of tempo here. It's a hard line to walk because you need to sort of like get on the board and be kind of aggressive, but also make sure you're dealing with the proper things, you know? Soul Warden is not the most important piece of the puzzle, and there are more removal spells in the chamber, but there only are so many. So
we see the mono white deck actually being choosing the control role here.
yeah, absolutely. This is kind of interesting. Baffling End, Declaration in Stone. Declaration in Stone is card disadvantage. No third land drawn for a mono black player, but that's just a 2-for-1. I've never been a huge fan of that card unless you are being very aggressive, because if your opponent has time to draw a card off it, you're down a card. Now, very obvious company here, which the Inquisition can't target anyway. So playing the 1-for-1 role into a company is a very good one, obviously, because it's a good tempo and card advantage card. There's your company. 2 more lands in hand, though, so this company is real big. Let's pick up that D20 and roll it, because you better roll high here, because if this company's not good, our Angels player is in a world of hurt.
And it's very good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
It's not really, really good, but at least you get like a 1/3 blocker against their 2/1s, which is also fine. Top deck Skyclave Apparition is going to deal with the other card here. And then we're going to see if Jarvis can draw another land. I mean, Svim's just really far ahead again.
Yeah, and then now we're in a spot also where not only do these creatures not battle well, but they don't block well either. A Skyclave Shade looking pretty ugly here. We're going to see Heartless Act on the Angel. Now, the Skyclaves are still coming in, and they both have 1-drop. Skyclave is at best against a 1-drop, obviously, because you only get a 1/1 if it dies. So they come in, 1 card in hand.
Crucial third land, too.
Over. Draws the land, but, I mean, the Shades aren't blocking very well. Doomblading a Skyclave to get a 1/1 is not very exciting. And then Rankle on an empty board is also not very exciting either. So, interesting spot. I would say Rankle seems a little unappealing in this matchup, honestly, because there's so many 3/3s and 2/4s in the air on your opponent's side that it's not going to get through that often. See a Bishop of Wings here. So, puttering out a little bit on the Angel side. Drew a land or two, drew kind of like a middling enable card. You see Rankle go in here. And now each player sacrifices works out pretty well because of the 1/1 in play, and discarding Cyclave Shade's pretty cool too. So Rankle looking pretty good here, and then a Declaration discarded also. And now that another 1/1.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
That's back-to-back Skyclaves after the company.
Yeah, that works. That works. So.
All right.
Fatal Push. I mean, I don't see.
Okay, trying to turn on the Fatal Push to kill the Skyclave?
Well, I mean, now the push can kill the Skyclave. I don't know if I like this play at all, though. I mean, I guess we get a 4/4 off of it, but yeah, it's pretty reasonable, I guess. Kill back, get a 4/4, play Skyclave Shade. This all works out pretty well. Now there's a 4/4 and a 3/1, trying to close the game out. Unfortunately, Skyclave Shade lines up really poorly against Bishop of Wings. But there is also a Castle Lockblade in play, too. So now that we're in this sort of like top deck mode, start castling, drawing some cards.
Well, this is a 5/3.
And also cast Shade big, too. I freaking love Skyclave Shade, personally.
Going down to 9. I mean, having a 4/4 is really important against the 4 toughness creatures of Angels. Into a Righteous Valkyrie. Like, the top of the deck for Svim is insane.
Yeah. There are some big draws here.
I guess the only thing...
also a very large attack coming in.
Probably a land up here for Svim. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what else that could have been.
Yeah, it couldn't be Deck and Stone because that would have been played to exile both Skyclave Shades.
Right, and then it couldn't have been a creature that would have been played. And then the Valkyrie was obviously would draw last turn, and then nothing played before that turn. So it was a company that would have been cast also. So maybe I thought since it didn't need to be cast, we'll see if that life matters or not. But getting it for a huge chunk here, and this is a big draw for our Angels player.
We're going to see the Castle Lockblade being used for Jarvis if the life total isn't pressured enough, especially if Svim keeps some creatures back. Keeping creatures back here is indicative of probably either a company or another land.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, at 4 life, there's 2 lethal creatures in play right now for the black player, so it's a pretty bad spot. Another land in play.
Another 5/3.
Get back Skyclave, smash it for chump blocks, and yeah, this game is starting to unfold.
This is definitely not the route that I thought was going to happen with having actually relevant creatures for Jarvis. But Svim has had some really good draws with the back-to-back Skyclaves, but flooding out a little bit at the end. Playing the other land, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of flood there. That is 9 lands total, which is definitely a pretty decent amount. All right, so we're going to see game 3 here. Trying to move on to top 4. Now
And,
on the draw, I'm much less interested in these crappy 1-drops. So I could definitely see, like you were saying, kind of shaving down on those, leaving the Murderous Riders in. Honestly, Spawn of Mayhem seems great to me. I guess it is a little awkward because it's hard to spectacle it. But even casting it for 4 just outsizes all of your opponent's stuff. It's a good enough individual threat where you can just play the Doomblade threat kind of game. So a little surprised to see the Spawn on the board and the Murderous Riders. You know, I think on the draw now, these Dread Wanderers and Gutter Bones are going to look pretty bad. Also not convinced that Rankle's going to be great. It was pretty good that game, you know, based off of the 1/1s gotten from the Skyclave apparitions. But I still think it has a pretty good chance to just run into a 2/4 or a 3/3. So not sure. We'll see how it plays out.
Yep.
Game 3, all the marbles. And hand looked bad for a second. Then I realized that was a fast creature land, not a castle locked land. So it looks pretty good. Double Decking Stone, Soul Warden Angel. This hand plays perfectly into the kind of play slow, kill your creatures kind of plan. I don't know if I like these Decking Stones. Because the Angel's creatures outclass the black creatures so much, the game is going to be kind of slow. And I don't think it's really about necessarily killing the black creatures to win the game. You know, like, is removing a black creature or 2 for a clue worth a card that's not a threat? Like, that hand looks pretty anemic. You know, just two Decking Stones, a land, not a lot going on here. And you got to assume the first creature or 2 you're going to play is going to die anyway. So I think that, you know, the strategy for the mono black player is probably to board down on creatures a bit. So for the Angels player to board down on creatures and up on removal spells feels a little weird to me. Like, now you see his clue sacked on an empty board, which is like very, very ideal. First play 1-drop, sure, same idea.
Well, I really like expected the Angels deck to just like gain life out of control and have a lot of 1/4s, just like game 1 happened. But games 2 and 3 have been extremely different.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like, you know, drawing 2 Decking Stones means you're not drawing 2 Angel cards, you know, and Angels is a synergy deck. You want to have your life gain elements and your Angels and stuff like that, and every Decking Stone you draw is not a piece to that puzzle. And again, your opponent has even more removal than that. So we see a company here, which is a good start. There's a Heartless Act waiting in the wings. Pretty good. Valkyrie and Bishop. That's gain 4. Can kill the Valkyrie, but they will get a token to block the Wanderer anyway. So this is not a really great exchange for the black deck. I guess the 1/4 blocks the 2/1 anyway, but whatever. So yeah, not a great spot. And now we have a second Gutter Bones, 2 spawns. You know, I think casting spawn for 4 is honestly fine. Declaration can take care of one of them, but we're gonna see how good these last 2 cards are in our Angel player's hand. Book of Exalted Deeds. Alrighty. Spawn of Mayhem, come on down. And then we're going to see, I'm sure we'll see a Declaration Stone here. And again, that just puts the black deck up on cards. Now, the bad thing for our mono black player is that 26 life is almost at that threshold where all the cards in the Angel deck are turned on.
Here we go.
So, here's Bishop. I mean, not Bishop, Angel. And then Angel gains life off Bishop, which makes an Angel off of the thing, which gains more life. But at that point, the Resplendent Angel is already passed, so it can't make a token off of the Angel. But still, obviously, a great spot to be in. And the Thoughtseize was drawn. I missed the Thoughtseize. I was like, where'd the Decking Stone go? This Decking Stone would have been insane here, obviously, with 2 spawns in play. So board is shifting towards our Angels player pretty hard. And then these Angels obviously line up well against spawns as far as blocks go. Baffling Hand in Hand, of course, cannot hit a Spawn of Mayhem, which is pretty good for our mono black player. But what is that last card? And of course, any Angel will gain 4 life, which will make another Angel, which will gain 4 more life.
Yep.
So pretty good spot. And the Book of Exalted Deeds seems very good in this matchup because the game's going to devolve into a lot of removal spells and stuff like that. So being able to just kind of pump out your 3/3s, it does require you to have an engine online. But if you once you get that engine online, it brings a lot of value to a card like Bishop of Wings.
Yeah, it seems like in the matches that we watched with the Angels deck, it's been like try to get the engine online, but if it can't get online, it's kind of like pretty middling and like just like playing a bunch of creatures that like don't really do anything when they're not together. But when it does get the things together, then it's like unbeatable.
For sure. So the card was a land, and not playing the land is a pretty big cost because if another land was drawn, then their Resplendent Angel can trigger, and that gains a bunch of life, triggers the other thing, you know, like it's a pretty good attack. So pretty huge opportunity cost there for not playing the land. You know, maybe you're repping a company or something like that, but at what cost? Now, if that card drawn was a land, that's not going to feel good at all for our Angels player.
Yeah, when you're on 4 lands and you have a land drop, it's kind of scary, and you have Resplendent Angel in play. I could see if you didn't have Resplendent Angel in play, but when you already have it in play, it's like you got to play the land.
Totally. Strong agree. And the thing is, like, it's a pretty strong bluff because logically you'd play the land, but I don't know. There's, you know, a big thing about bluffing is like, what are you actually representing and what effect is it going to have on your opponent? You can fool your opponent thinking you have a card, but if it doesn't alter their decision in any meaningful way, you haven't actually accomplished anything besides fooling them a little bit.
Right.
You know,
and it also, what cost is it to you? Because
exactly.
the huge cost is to not having that 6th land for Resplendent Angel, wishing if you had the untapped land that you had played the land before.
Exactly. So ends up drawing the 6th land anyway. So now we see the Angel come in. This can gain 5 life, and the blocks aren't even there. I guess they can trade with the Spawn of Mayhem, which is still good for our Angels player because that kills the Spawn of Mayhem. It's going to die, make a token, make some Angels, gain some life, and that's also going to remove the only real threat on the mono black player's side of the board. Yeah, so pump up, lifelink, big trade, gain 5, trigger Bishop, make a flyer, trigger the book, trigger the other Bishop. Yeah, make game more. It just keeps going.
Yeah.
Once the engine goes, it goes.
That's it. Wow.
And we see a duress drawn there at the end. Interesting card to sideboard. I actually missed the duress coming in, and that'll do it. Angels takes it down.
All right, well, we do have a couple more matches left to go. Let's go ahead and jump into one of them. Let's try to jump into Ali Eldrazi playing the Niv Mizzet Reborn list against. Let's see who they're against. They're against Void and playing Mardu Humans. I believe, is this a rematch or maybe it's not a rematch? Ali did play against Mono White. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Humans play against a control deck and then Mono White playing against Niv Mizzet, but we were saying how the matches are very, very similar. Very similar ideas. Thalia deck versus big spell deck, just slightly different, you know, in the minutia.
With Ali's 5-color Niv deck and Voidin's Mardu Humans deck, what does specifically Voidin have to do in order to not let Ali get to that huge plays and turn 5 and after?
It's very similar. You know, Spellbinder and Thalia are the key factor that's, you know, present in both decks. Freebooter is going to help a lot, you know, kind of being, again, find that deafening clarity and slow things down. And then the ability for, you know, Tajik can turn off Lightning Helix. The Enforcer can turn off other removal spells. Bodyguard can come into play a little bit too. And then again, for Giant Killer, same as White Weenie, just having this card that's like a threat that can also kill a dragon sometimes too is going to be pretty big. So I would say that I think the Humans deck is a little more suited for the matchup than the White Weenie deck is. A little bit Redains from the sideboard, but still going to be a very, very similar game plan.
All right, so we're actually going to move over. That match actually just finished, so we're going to move over to Rogues versus Zansiad. So Berserksy is playing against Zansiad. So let's go ahead and move over to our feature match in the Discord, and let's go ahead and try to watch the end of that match and see if Rogues can make it to the top 4. So go ahead and move over to Zansiad's match here. There's 1 second here to figure this one out. Okay, we are should be good to go here. We're going to check out Zansiad's match.
Okay, well, 2 life points. Make it 4.
Well, that's 4 against 13. Well, we see a Valkmira artifact here in play. We have a Faceless Haven threatening an attack. We have a Death Touch rogue here as a 4-2. We have a 2-2, looks like an Apparition Spirit, and a Sorting Thought Thief that just got in. Stalia's on this side here with plenty of mana on Berserk's side. Huge Agadeem's Awakening here, bringing back a bunch of cards.
Yeah, any awakening that returns Luris is going to be totally backbreaking. There's so many cards in our Rogues players' hands and mana available too. Game's looking like a pretty tough sell for Zan. You know, shields are up, but basically nothing else is kind of flying adrift against all of this rogue action. Probably close to decking too, honestly. Yeah, I don't really like I've said multiple times already, these white aggro decks just don't really have that big comeback mechanism. You know, like what needs to happen for Zan to come back and win this game? I struggle to give you an answer to that question.
Like it would have to be something that's in a different color, right? It would have to be like a sweeper in black or like a company in green.
Yeah, I mean even like, you know, a card like, not saying it's correct, but Baneslayer Angel, or just some sort of like big play or Planeswalker or just something. You know, like some sort of big play that can affect the board in a monumental way.
Yep.
And doesn't really exist. You know, we have a ground first striker, we have a 2/3 flyer against an absolute army of rogues here, and active Luris, active Mill, not many cards in deck. You know, Zan is definitely, you know, got his boxing gloves up, but he is wavering, and he's about out of energy to throw any reasonable punches. Yeah, a card like Dawn Dusk does exist in the sideboard as sort of like a way to kind of break a game like this, but of course it's a sideboard card. And I can't imagine that card would come in a matchup like this because the creatures are so small on the rogue side. But something to that effect would be a card that would be useful and sort of a way to kind of break the stall or break this, you know, behind position. Again, I would love to see a card count. Spectator mode when?
I know.
Soon, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, 4 cards milled here. That library is looking pretty thin. That great. Oh, yep, there we go. I called it.
Wow.
I said it was looking thin. It was actually looking non-existent. That was the last 4 cards. So I would think that the white deck would be reasonable in this matchup, given that a lot of what makes rogues good is rogues being ahead and then maximizing that being ahead with memory lapse and things like that. And the white deck should be able to get off the ground pretty quickly. Obviously, it's a cheap deck, a lot of cheap spells. You know, we see some removal spells in the sideboard, Declaration Stone, Baffling End. These are cards that can help, you know, kind of push through and keep the rogues player from getting ahead. You know, cards like Elite Spellbinder, Archon of Maria, Thalia, all seem pretty reasonable. Redain doesn't look too good. There's just a real lack of early game power in these 1-drops. You know, Landing attacks for 1, Giant Killer attacks for 1, Selfless Savior attacks for 1. You know, so it seems to be a real downside to the aggressive white decks in the format.
We see Adonta Vanguard being looked at here. Skyclad Apparition looked at. Trying to find those last few hedges against this here post-board. Zanside's down a game. Let's see if Zanside can come back and win 2 in a row. Like you were saying, it's a really difficult spot when you get far behind like that for a mono white deck. Not really a comeback mechanic, except for the fact that they have that Dusks there that we saw in one of the other rounds. But we're going to be looking to basically get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, the Giant Killers look pretty bad too, honestly. Honestly, I like to see the card Fight as 1. You know, just anything that's cheap. You know, it's sort of like playing against fairies back in the day, where like you just want all your cards to be as cheap as possible so you don't fall behind. And having that 1-mana trick where they go for a kill spell, you're able to spend 1 mana, save your creature kind of thing, that's really, really cool. Zan agrees here as far as taking out Giant Killer. The question is what's coming in. And it looks like the declarations are coming in. I don't love the declaration stones, honestly. I think they're very slow and clunky. An interesting thing too is for Dusk Dawn. Dawn returns creatures from the graveyard, I believe. So obviously, if a bunch of cards are milled, that could be the kind of like, you know, game-winning blow.
All right, pretty good hand here. We have a Thalia, we have a removal spell, we have a Danta Vanguard, we even have the Loyal Dog here, Archon of Emeria. I feel like this hand is super ideal. We just need that third land.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, Selfless Savior doesn't hit very hard, but it does protect the Thalia pretty well. And if Thalia stays in play, you know, the majority of the Rogues deck, even though it's a tribal deck, is, you know, spells, 1-mana spells, Thoughtseize, Brainstorm, Fatal Push, etc., etc.
Yep.
So Thalia looks pretty good here, and a protected Thalia is great because if our Rogues player is able just to untap 2-mana Fatal Push, kill the Thalia, didn't do that much. You know, it turned a Fatal Push into a Doomblade. Rats. But if Thalia will stick around, should be very, very good. Vanguard's hard to kill. Good start here for sure.
Now, where we can get in trouble here if we're Zan is if we just never draw that third land.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that if you're not drawing a third land, you're drawing spells. And there are a lot of cheap spells in the deck, too. So if it's like 3-drop, 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 sure. But I think a start is good enough. Oh, never mind. Thoughtseize. Just kidding. Oh, you thought your hand was good? Did you? Oh, okay. How's it look now?
Well, there we go.
So takes the Vanguard, not the Thalia. So that says a lot about our Rogues player's hand. There are probably multiple removal spells available that can't kill Vanguard. So, you know, it can take the time, kill the dog, kill the Thalia, and kind of just play that sort of game. Although a Passage Hero means that there's going to be no relevant play from our Rogues player, except for a possible Rogue blocker in
Thieves Guild Enforcer, yeah.
I imagine has to be, yeah, there you go. Now, I'm not sure why this is being cast in response to the Archon, because the Archon has no effect on creatures, right? It's not Thalia Heretic Thar. But that works. Now it's there. And see, now Zan can't make the mistake of attacking with the Savior. Zan's pretty good. I don't think he would have made that mistake, but at least would have been, you know, would have been the option. So here comes Thalia. Again, Savior protecting Thalia is huge here. Archon can also screw up your opponent's lands. They have non-basics, so they can also tax. There you go. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But, you know, so with Thalia taxing and Archon taxing here, a little death and taxes action, and things are looking pretty good from Zan's side of the board. We got a second Savior and a Baffling End. Of course, Baffling End will cost 3. Another reason why I don't like boarding in Declaration in Stone is it's super awkward with Thalia.
Yeah, when you know the opponent's having Thalia, it's very important to have cards that are as cheap as possible to be able to cast them. Especially when there's a card like Archon of Meria that also makes your lands come untapped. So it's like double taxing.
Absolutely.
It's
Zan's
good.
going to make a heads-up play here and leave back Thalia out of respect for the 1/3 flyer. Looks like it's not going to be there, as it would have probably blocked the Archon as well. But Archon gets in. And the thing is that we're going to see Baffling End here. This is interesting because the Thieves Guild Enforcer isn't doing a ton. You know, a Flash Rogue here mills enough cards to turn on most of our Rogues players' cards anyways. Never enough cards in the graveyard. And as a ground creature, it's not blocking Archon. It can't block Thalia effectively. This is an interesting choice of Baffling End. You know, I mean, play the land. Can't play Savior because of Archon of Meria. So there was a cost there to playing Baffling End over the creature. But still ahead on board, you know, and then this is why playing against Rogues is so annoying, because this Thalia really wants to attack, but it almost can't risk it in the face of a possible 1/3 flyer.
Soaring Thought Thief.
Correct.
So we another Baffling End. Are we going to see the same play here? We might just attack with Thalia as well, just to like bait the 1/3 and then Baffling End that, but I don't think it's worth the loss of Thalia here.
Yeah, the problem is that if Zan could play 2 spells this turn, I think that would be fine. Because then you're trading Selfless Savior for the Soaring Thought Thief, and then can still play another Savior to protect it. But the Archon's kind of screwing Zan a little bit here, because Zan can't do that. So now the Archon's got to come in by itself, and Thought Thief could come down to block this, and then still get Baffling Ended, but not a lot of pressure being applied by Zan. And again, that's kind of the problem, is that the taxes effects are only good if you're able to utilize the time that they give you and punish your opponent. If you give your opponent enough time, the taxes effects just don't matter, you know, because they're just time savers, you know, or time stallers or whatever. So here's Memory Lapse on Savior. Not a really relevant play on both sides. Just slows things down a little bit. And, three mana Memory Lapse, not too good. And the board needs to improve for our Rogues player.
And also, having missed the land drop on the last turn, like having 5 spells in hand is kind of scary for Zan. But with the flyer, with them being at 11 here, with Berserksy being at 11, the game just might even just go both ways here. But we also have another removal spell in hand, so I'm interested to see how this game goes from here. It's pretty back and forth for me. I think Zan has a slight edge here, but it could definitely go really wrong for Zan with just a couple cards here.
Absolutely. I'm concerned with the speed of Zan's clock.
Yeah.
Zan's so far giving our Rogues player a lot of time. Zan's drawing a 1/1 next turn. Doesn't matter that much. There's a Baffling in hand. Doesn't really do a ton either. The good news is that this Brainstorm, if it doesn't find a land drop, is going to be devastating for our Rogues player. But if an island is played here and allowed to keep up Soaring Thought Thief and things like that, Fatal Push, it's going to be a big swing for sure. If no land was found here, the game might just end. All right, it was a land, but it is a land that comes in tapped because of Archon of Emeria. So Zan has carte blanche here to do basically whatever he wants. Not that the options are that good. He could also just offer to trade the Savior for the Thieves Guild Enforcer, which I imagine is a trade that Berzeki would take, and then get it for 4, play a new Savior, and just kind of keep rolling along that way.
There's also, I think there's merit to keeping the dog back because you want to cast a Baffling again this turn, attack with everything. We know that there's not another Thieves Guild Enforcer because it wasn't cast in response. Down to 6 life. You can only cast for rogues. It's probably pretty annoying that you can only cast 1 spell a turn.
Yeah, the thing, did Baffling End need to be cast there? Because what is it actually doing? The creature can't block Archon or Thalia anyway. And if you trade your Savior for the 1/1, you have another Savior anyway, and you can hold the Baffling End for a better creature. That Thieves Guild Enforcer wasn't really doing anything on that board. So I think that was a pretty aggressive play. I'm not sure if I'm really happy with that one. I think I'd rather have a Baffling End in my hand than a Selfless Savior at this point in the game.
Do you think they were thinking about maybe the longer the game goes, the less taxing Thalia is?
Yeah, but you're still getting in for the same amount of damage either. I'm sorry, getting in for 1 extra point of damage this turn, but then future turns are going to get just as hard anyway. So Robbers played, still cards in hand, and now Berzeki has everything up. Drama Lock, Fatal Push, you name it, they're all there, and things get pretty awkward because Archon can come in if there's a Thieves Guild Enforcer. A Soaring Thought Thief. Now it can come in, it can block the Archon, and now there's no Baffling End to deal with it, and then that just shuts the offense down completely. So I'm not really happy with the spot here. If there's a Thieves Guild Enforcer, a Soaring Thought Thief, there it is, in the future, I don't think Zan has a way to get through this. And I think that throwing that Baffling End away the last turn was just too aggressive, and now Zan's in a really bad spot.
Do you think Zan can ever win the long game? Do you think that the Baffling End was just we have to end the game now?
I think that might have been the idea, and I do agree that Zan is not favored in the long game, but it basically removed a card that was already irrelevant, and now this Thought Thief is there. Now it's got the bonus on it too. Savior has to sacrifice to save Thalia. Archon gets in for 2. You could play another Archon, but now there's a 2/3 flyer in play, and there's no removal spell to deal with it. So I don't like that play from Zan at all. I think it was too aggressive and too not a good use of resources. And now Zan's in trouble. I don't know how Zan's going to break through this board. The Soaring Thought Thief is there. Luris is always looming. The Wind Robber is a reasonable blocker. Berzeki is at 4, but anything else here will be very, very good. And we know Berzeki's hand is not lands because a land drop was missed at some point. So presumably 2 spells in hand and Luris.
Do you think there can be merit to just adding Luris here, keeping blockers back, going to 2, and then cast Luris and start bringing everything back?
Yeah, I mean, absent of other potential plays, sure. The annoying thing is that if they have a 2-mana reactive spell in their hand, they can't put
Yeah,
Lurrus in hand and
that
then cast
that
it.
might be what
And Thalia
Berserksy's
still
thinking
being
about right
annoying.
now. That might be like the pause here.
Right. And the thing is that, like, I think this pause here means that there's a lot of choices to make. So these cards in hand are reasonable spells, but gotta put Lurrus in hand. Is there a Fatal Push here? Is there? I guess it's the only 1-mana spell that matters. So another Archon of Memoria.
I mean,
But
sure.
again, Archon only 1 spell a turn, and the Savior probably needs to get cast here. So this is a tough spot. The Archon's being very annoying for both players.
And this is the last match of the round. We do have the winners from the other one, so moving to top 4 right after this match is done. Super exciting back and forth match. It's been kind of hard to figure out who's ahead, but at this point, even though Berserksy's at 4, I'm pretty sure Berserksy's ahead here.
Yeah, so now Zan can attack with everything, right? If Zan only attacks the flyers, the Robber and the Thought Thief can double block one of the Archons. If everything comes in, Zan can basically throw away the Thought Thief. Throw away the Thalia to the Thought Thief and put Berserksy to 2, kill the Robber, and have 2 flyers in play versus 1 Thought Thief, and then and play another Archon of another flyer. I would assume that that's the plan based on not playing Savior to protect Thalia. So Thalia's gonna get thrown away here. Put Berserksy to 2. It's gonna very much come down to what are these mystery cards in Berserksy's hand, because Lurrus can come down, recast a Rin Robber, but with a 3rd flyer in play on Zan's side, that's not going to be enough. So it's got to be a removal spell or something here.
Especially with like a, Fatal Push or something like that.
Sack Robber. Yeah, and then Fatal Push. I think Fatal Push would end the game on the spot, honestly.
Yeah, I think it would.
Push here.
Yeah.
Either in hand or drawn. Looks like there isn't.
Yeah, Zan literally has to hope this works perfectly, and that's it.
Yeah, so 2 flyers in play, cast a 3rd flyer, and there does need to be some interaction on Berserksy's side, or this is going to be just enough to cross the finish line.
Could be memory lapse. We could have cast Archon pre-combat.
That is very true. It's actually Brainstorm, so that could find Fatal Push. And again, now that Thalia's gone, it really does unlock Berserksy's hand a bit, because now if the thing that needs to happen for Berserksy to not die next turn is a double spell. So I guess that can't happen with Archon on Berserksy's turn, but 1 spell on Berserksy's turn, 1 spell on Zan's turn, and then the game's turned around. So
I mean, the Archons are definitely very annoying. Literally 3 flyers, so we have to see a removal spell here, and then another removal spell, right?
Yes, or another blocker.
Yeah. Like, that coming in tapped because there's Archon of Myriad in play. I mean, there's been a lot of cards drawn from Berserksy, but maybe Zansai ekes across the finish line here with these 3 flyers.
Yeah, it's going to be real close. I think this next turn is the pinnacle of the game. It's the climax. Whether it's going to go one way or another, can Berserksy survive this turn, yes or no? And the thing is that it's funny because Archon of Emeria almost isn't that good against Rogues, because Rogues plays at instant speed so much. Rogues is able to play 2 cards a turn cycle, one on my turn, one on your turn, whereas the white deck is stuck playing in its main phase. So the Archon is almost hurting the white deck a little more than the Rogues deck. Not completely,
right?
Because Rogues, almost every card in the entire deck can get cast.
Wow. Wow. So gain life.
Okay, so an interesting show of weakness in a way, in that that's the best play that Berserksy had.
Oh, this Luminarch Aspirant's good.
Yes, but the thing is that this smells to me like a Soaring Thought Thief. So stay alive enough, then cast Thought Thief defensively. Now you have 2 3/3s to eat 2 Archons, and I don't think Aspirant really helps with that. And then once again, the Archon's really hurting Zan, because Zan has had this Selfless Savior in hand for like a dozen turns and just hasn't been able to play it. So Zan's going to play the Selfless Savior. It's going to resolve, so no kill spell in response. Can't play the Aspirant now, and now his attacks look tough.
What did you think about, like, play Luminarch Aspirant, grow 1 Archon, and attack with the 1 Archon? Because if
that's reasonable, but it would just get double blocked anyway, so it would trade with one of the Soaring Thought Thieves, but
which is fine,
an absolute disaster, So kind of what I said was going to happen, with that Thought Thief being so bad. So a Savior will save an Archon, but an Archon gets lost here. 2 damage goes through, but down to 3. 3 is not 2. And Aspirant was waiting in the wings, but Lurrus is still waiting too. And while Archon is annoying against Lurrus. Lurrus is a life linker, which can come in and gain some life as well.
Well, to note here, not only is Lurrus a life linker, but there's the Cling to Dust in the graveyard with enough cards to activate again, and we could be at 6 life again.
Very true, very true. And again, we're seeing the instant speed nature of the Rogues deck sort of overcoming this Archon of Emeria in a very interesting way.
And then I think we're just holding up Cling to Dust here, if you're Berserksy.
Yeah, for sure. And then the thing is that Cling to Dust is sort of like the best case scenario for Zan, even though it's not good. Worst case scenario is it's an actual interactive spell and the game probably just ends. So Grow an Archon of Emeria. These hacks here still aren't good though, because if Archon attacks, both Thought Thieves block. Now the turn's got to get passed. Can't play the other Luminarch Aspirant. We're going to see a flashback Cling to Dust here, and this game's going to start rolling Berserksy's way, I think. I really think that Baffling End was the key point of the game. Oh my god! Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's one spell.
Right. So if that Baffling End had been saved for this Thought Thief, this game would already be over. So now so many cards have been drawn. Obviously, can't deploy all of them, but once again, our Rogues player can play 2 cards a turn cycle. Zan can only play 1, and right now our Rogues player is ahead on board. Very interesting game. So far, this has been the game of the tournament for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of games that have been like a little bit awkward, a little bit of missed land drops, whatever. But I like this match a lot because of there's so many decisions that have to be made. So many decisions.
Absolutely, and very close judgment calls. Obviously, Zan is a very good player, and that choice to play the Baffling End aggressively there, super, super thin on is pushing the damage right, is holding it right. It's very, very difficult.
Especially since Berserksy did make top cut or top 8 of the F2K Invitational Tournament with Rogue, so very, very good player with Rogues as well.
Absolutely, and a lot of room to maneuver too. A lot of spots where Zan has to be like, all right, I can play around a creature, a removal spell, a life gain spell, a counter spell. Your mana's up, and I got to do something. So it's very, very hard. Rogues puts players in very tough spots over and over again. I think it's why the deck is hated so much, is that it's not that it's too good. It just is really, really hard to play against. If you're an inexperienced player or you're a player that's a little less experienced or a little newer, it can be very frustrating because you make the wrong choice a lot, and you're not really sure why because the choices are all so hard.
Well, a lot of the times against Rogues, getting down on the board and just being the aggressor is a very good way to beat Rogues, and we've seen Zan try to do that. Maybe too aggressive though in this game with that Baffling End you were talking about.
For sure, I think that heuristic is definitely the baseline, of kill Rogues, get ahead, don't let them get ahead of you because you can't get back. But it has just been a little bit short all game. I mean, Berserky's done a phenomenal job of really towing the line here. He's lived the last 10 turns on the edge of a knife, but he's walked the line. He's now turning the corner, and now the full 7 cards in hand. There's Wind Robbers there to block infinitely. There are some annoying cards in play, but even if the Archons grow, there are still hard removal spells in this Rogues deck to just kill them outright.
You want to know something? This is game 1, and Berserksy's at 2 minutes.
Oh, it's game 2, right?
Or game 2. This is game. They won only game 1. This is game 2. They're at 2 minutes left. So, and Zan's at 20. So that's a different dynamic.
This is game 3.
What was that?
Yeah. I mean, we got to make a play here.
There's no game 3.
That's a very real thing.
There will not be a game 3 in this match.
Correct.
So now, if you're Berserksy, you have to try to kill Zan before and also play defense against the Flyers at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we see a main phase Enforcer here.
Well, that's a dynamic that could just win Zan the match.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. That we just watched about 30 seconds go off the clock, which represents about 20% of Berserksy's time left in this world. That's all is left.
And in the tournament, yeah.
Exactly. And it's an important thing, as viewers watching at home, we're commentating, you're all watching, they're playing. I've played these big matches before, in top 8, the clock is ticking, as a control player who's not the fastest player ever. I've felt that pressure before, and it's hard because you need to make all the right plays. You're still at 3 life. You're still in a very, very competitive game. And the clock is also looming there too. So right now, Berserksky is fighting the clock and Zan. And you can bet Zan is not going to make it easy. Zan is a very cutthroat player. He will play to the last second of this game. And he will play. I'm sure Zan's plan right now is to never attack ever again. As far as Zan is concerned, there is a Blazing Archon in play. He is incapable of attacking unless it's going to be a lethal attack that turn. He's going to sit back, play defensively, and play the clock.
Yeah, and Zan's going to take every route to victory here, and maybe that's what Zan was thinking about, like, even before I saw it on the timer. Maybe they were like, oh, wait, okay, well, there's 7 minutes on the clock. Okay, now I can't kill them. Okay, now I'm going to try to play defense.
For sure. And, there are some people who'll be like, well, that's kind of cheap. You're playing the clock and stuff like that. That's part of the game, all right? You play chess. You have a chess clock for a reason, and when the clock runs out, you lose. That's one of the rules of the game, one of the factors of the game, so... It isn't fun. My first Players Championship, round 1 of the Players Champs, I played against Brian Braun-Duin, and I was sudden death killed because the clock ran out and there's no draws, and my left hook was lower. And I would have won the game anyway, but that's just part of it. And it sucked, but you got to play that part of the game too. So we see a drama lock here starting to whittle down on Zan's board, but the clock is whittling down much faster than Zan's board is, and Berserky's got to make some moves.
I think he's gonna try to kill the Archons, attack with all the flyers, pass back super quick, block the things on the ground, bring something back with Luris, attack with flyers, and try to do it 3 turns in a row in 40 seconds, 39-38, which is probably not possible.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot. Is Berserksky not aware that their clock is almost done? Like, I cannot believe the amount of time.
Zan's hovering the good game.
Yeah, and the thing is that once the Archon dies and the all the spells in Berserky's hand are unlocked, then it just be flurry of spells, bang 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 attack, bang 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 attack, bang 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 attack. But this is very stressful. I'm experiencing anxiety right now. I didn't even know I had.
I'm experiencing anxiety I didn't know I had.
Yeah. 11.
I mean, no. Berserksy, see the clock. I mean, I should have said that like 5 minutes ago, but come on.
Yeah. I mean, it does pop up, when you're at like 9 minutes, and I think it pops up again a few more times.
Yeah.
But usually it pops up like you see it on Zan's screen also, but 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm shaking my
1.
head.
This is that's a devastating loss. Because honestly, Berserksky played phenomenally that game and had turned the corner completely. I think that given, infinite time, Berserksky wins that game 95% of the time or more. So an absolute devastating loss. That's part of the game. You got to play the clock. You can't, that was an adjustment I had to make in my game, was that I had to learn to play faster because I lost a match or two. I'd either lose a match or get a draw where I would have won playing these control decks, and you just can't do that. You cannot give a game away like that you've worked hard to win, but you didn't play fast enough. So tough loss there, very very tough loss.
So Zan Syed will make it to the top 4 on the back of the timer. I mean, for me, I hate rogues, so or playing against rogues, so. I'm kind of happy to see Rogues not in the tournament anymore, but Berserksy's an amazing player. Thank you for joining the tournament and making the top 8. I had that problem as well. When I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I was more of a control player, but I also played slow. You can't be a control player and play slow. Like the timer is going to beat you. Okay, the opponent might not beat you, but the timer will beat you. So sometimes, yeah. You go ahead.
You can't go into a tournament and give yourself 2 opponents every round.
Yeah,
it's just too much to overcome.
So a top 4 will be happening in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Top 4 coming soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the top 4 of Stream League 5, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Make sure to type in !CoolStuff in chat to figure that one out. We have our first top 4 match, which is Ekil playing the mono green deck still, the crazy mono green deck with a bunch of crazy cards that are brand new and no collecting company, no Llanowar Elves. Against Ali Eldrazi's 5-color Niv Mizzet Reborn deck. We're getting into the matchup right now, so let's go ahead and check that out. Who do you think is going to win this game, and what? After you answer that, what does it take for the opposition of the player that you think is going to win themselves?
Commentator, I'm supposed to be non-biased. I don't care. I like Ali a lot. This green deck's too freaking cool, though. I want Tech to win the whole thing. This is going to be interesting. A card like Llanowar Elf speeds a green deck up, but is kind of like a dead card against like removal spells and rats and stuff like that. This is going to be really interesting. There's a lot of larger creatures in this green deck. Growth Guardian, things that can get above Deafening Clarion and above Lightning Helix. So I think this is going to come down to a lot of Vanishing Verse and things like that. And as always, how good of a start is Ollie going to have? Is there going to be, tap land, untap land, or is it going to stumble? We're going to see. It's going to be a little tough for mono green for sure. There isn't really any major card advantage here. But Planeswalkers, Stonecoil Serpent in particular is going to be very good. That's a huge one. So we'll see. The tools are there for sure for the mono green aggro deck to win, despite the overall raw power of Ollie's deck.
This one's taking a little while to start, and the other one's already on turn 3. So let's go ahead and check that out. It's probably going to end earlier, and then we'll come back to 5-color Niv right after the other top 4 match, since this one's taking a little bit longer to start.
I want you to know that if mono green loses and I can't see you play again, I'm never going to forgive you.
Well, we can't have another matches played and us not watch them.
Of course, we got to watch Magic. I understand. I'm just letting you know.
All right, here we are here.
We are coming into it.
Yeah, we are coming into turn 3 here. This is a 3/3 lifelinker coming in, and that is a lifelinker off of that enchantment there. We have a pretty spell-heavy hand, only drawing 3 lands from the green-white company Angel's Life Gain deck. Cool Ajani, cool Calm Collected Ajani in the hand. Costs 1 more due to Thalia on the other side of the board. Pretty back and forth here, I would say, but this Speaker of the Heavens might get out of control.
Yeah, the Responding Angel Vets turn, it's just over. Like Angel, just enough life for to turn on the Speaker of the Heavens, and then just enough for that to make a 4/4 to gain 4 more. I think this is it's just gonna favor the Angels player pretty heavily. Isn't a lot of removal in Zan's deck to break up what the Angel deck is doing. The Angel deck has carte blanche, just like play all its synergy stuff, and when the Angel deck pops off, it's gonna pop off.
And don't blink, chat, because you just missed game 1 if you did.
Exactly, yeah. So this is gonna be tough. We look over at Zan's sideboard. Zan had the 3 Declaration Stones, 3 Baffling Ends. Those are going to be unbelievably important. Zan cannot allow this engine to get online, and as we've been saying, a lot so far. The early beatdown creatures from the white decks just aren't that prevalent. So getting that fast start is going to be a little tough for Zan. And then the defensive cards in the Angel deck are just phenomenal. This is the Bishop of Wings, the 1/4 for 2. The Horned Turtle or whatever it is, just holding the fort. I think this is going to be a real uphill climb for Zan. Zan does have to play. But the problem, of course, is, and whenever you're an aggro deck and you lose the game 1, you always got to fear that game 3 on the draw again. You're going into game 2, you're going to be on the play. You can maybe steal that one, take it down, but game 3 on the draw, especially if the matchup seems hard, is very, very difficult.
Yeah. Looks like Zan's taking a little bit longer to sideboard here. Let's see. I wonder what he's thinking. Are you looking at the sideboard right now?
Yeah, I mean, Dusk Dawn could be interesting as a way to kind of clean up the Angel board if things get really out of control. The problem, of course, is if things get out of control, even if the board is cleared up, then the Angel player is still going to be at like 40 life, which is a lot of work to do. So, we'll see. It looks tough here. Declaration and Baffling End, I think, are going to be the 2 key cards. Good hand for our Angels player. And we see turn 1 Soul Warden. Obviously, a lot of creatures going around on both sides. Have Resplendent Angel. Have a Skyclave for some interaction. And there's Thalia. And Thalia, there are a lot of creatures in the Angel deck. Of course, it slows down company, makes Declaration of Stone a little worse, but still not, the most impressive card. A 2/1 First Striker is okay, but doesn't line up super well against the multitude of 1/4s, 2/4s, 3/3s, and so on and so forth. So definitely a turn here where our Angel player can't really do anything. So if Zan can make a good proactive play here, Zan's gonna play a Grafdigger's Cage. Now that card will turn off Collected Company. That's about all it does. So pretty narrow here in that the company's already taxed by Thalia. And of course, the cage itself costs 2 off Thalia, and Zan missed a land drop. So if I'm Zan, I am not sitting pretty here at all. I am very worried.
All right, so he has some Pillow Grove coming down here. Resplendent Angel, Youthful Valkyrie, Deck and Stone. Like we were talking about before, like Zanside's deck doesn't really have this comeback mechanic once it falls behind, and it can fall behind really fast against this Angels deck.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I can't really see not playing Resplendent Angel here. I'm sure the fear on our Angel player's side is that Zan has a Skyclave in hand, because obviously Zan has 4 spells. So Skyclave is a likely card to have. We will see a Warhound here. So there's a slight chance that Zan actually had a land in hand and was just holding it for a Warhound here. But the no 4th land means that's probably not true either. So Zan's playing some stuff. Declaration in Stone, I really don't know what our Angels player wants to deck in Stone here. None of these creatures actually seem good. We could just play the Youthful Valkyrie.
Maybe we're doing a Deck and Stone here because we're planning on a turn 5 Valkyrie into Skyclave.
I guess, but I just don't think that the Thalia really matters that much this game, especially given that companies are off anyway because of the Grafdigger's Cage. So the only card that Thalia is taxing is Declaration and Stone, and the buy doesn't matter that much. So we see a Spellbinder here, which is definitely annoying, but given the pace of this game, casting a Skyclave for 5 is not going to be the end of the world. So we'll see an interesting choice here when the dog comes in. If the Hound wants to get blocked by Soul Warden, it does not. So an Angel here would be a huge draw. That's a land. So if our Angels player is able to play Valkyrie and Angel, but again, 5-mana Skyclave is not that bad. Realistically, eats a Spellbinder, allows the Angel to attack, can block this 3/1. All pretty reasonable. We need to see more out of Zan.
Well, the good thing about that we know from Zan is it's full of spells. We also have a draw from the Deck and Stone to try to hit a land drop, and I would assume that Zan would want to try to remove the Resplendent Angel and draw a card, or play a 2-drop and draw a card, something like that, to try to draw that 5th land.
Yeah, the big thing here is that even though our Angels player is very flooded, of course, there's a mana sink in play in Resplendent Angel, and if the Angel's able to, get in for 5, lifelink, make another Angel token, it's going to be a huge one. So big baffling in here for Zan. That helps out a lot. And now sort of back to the drawing board for Vim here. And there's a company, but of course the cage is there. So Zan, by boarding in cage, really saying that he thinks he can beat the Angel deck if they don't have access to company. That company is a very, very important piece, and we're sort of seeing that right now.
Right. I've definitely played the Boros mid-range deck, as people have known. But one thing that I frequently lose to is just Collected Company. Just the card just provides too much value and puts too much power on the board too fast.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not a fan of bringing in a card like Cage that only affects 4 cards in your opponent's deck,
right,
even if they are really, really good. Because there's the spots where your opponent doesn't draw it and you mulligan. The spots where they're playing Skyclave and they can kill it anyway and then still do their company thing. I feel like it's not going to line up well as much as you want it to. It is working in this particular instance, but
right. And
it also doesn't. The game's not over. Like
right,
there's still plenty of cards that Vim can draw and just kind of keep playing Magic anyway. And
especially
Zan
if
is
yeah, especially if like Svim knows that Zansai is going to be bringing in like Baffling End. Well, what if in general Svim's deck is a company deck? They might be playing, maybe not in this specific tournament, but this deck might play Reclamation Sage, right? If they're already playing against a Baffling End and they have Reclamation Sage in their deck anyway, it's also another card for Reclamation Sage to hit in the Grafdigger's Cage anyway.
right, and like it's not like this cage is like lights out, and even if it is lights out, they might not draw company anyway. So there's a lot of variables here going on. And the cage, it's a card, so it basically means Zan mulliganed. It costs 2 mana with Dahlia in play, so it was 2 mana spent and a card out of the hand. And it is holding back the company right now, but it could have not been drawn. So and Zan also already has cards that are good against company. We see Redain here making company cost 6. Dahlia works well against it too. So not really sure. It's working out right now, but
yeah, if we can get if you're Svim, all you want is like what another Skyclave, hit that Grafdigger's Cage, and then be able to cast a company for 6 and be fine. There is 4 cards in Zan's hand. We know they're all lands, so that's and a little bit flooding out here for Svim. So we could see Redain or we could see like a tapping of the flyer and Redain hitting for 2, and we'll see what else Zan has in hand.
Yeah, the speed of the white deck not really coming through here. There's plenty of time for Zim to get out of this, and a little flooded, but we'll see. We'll see how that turns out. A lot of spells. It's kind of curious to think what spells are in Zan's hand here. Like there's one Archon, sure. So playing Archon still has the ability to tap up. Play to Faceless Haven, so that's always a good turn when you can play a creature land and a threat because you feel like you've added 2 threats to the board for 1, which is kind of sweet. So tap the 1/3, get in for 2. Just dinking along. There's Declaration in Stone. Now, of course, there are 2/3 flyers in play.
Does this mean you should probably like Deck and Stone the Giant Killer? Like we to like block a 2/3? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, it does save some damage.
The problem is that like then both 2/3s attack anyway. So it's just 2 damage one way or another. And the Giant Killer does require Zan to tap 2 mana every turn. So I think hitting a flyer just makes more sense. And then hitting the non-legendary flyer kind of makes sense because Zan's kind of been holding cards back and they're clearly not, most aren't or none are lands. So I think a second copy of Redain is very, very possible. So decent hedge there to just go for the other 2/3 flyer and not Redain.
I mean, it could be relevant to just go for hit the Redain there because it might hurt Zan more than it hurts you with only Collected Company in the hand.
That is true. That is true, actually. So Skyclave on Skyclave, that really widens Zan's board, and then I'm struggling to see what.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say it's got to be Skyclave or nothing. So here's Skyclave. Of course, the problem is
this is Redain in play.
The company still cost 6.
They were gonna cast it.
Oh, right. So Redain here doing some pretty good work.
I mean, turns out that Grafdigger's Cage held the Collected Company in hand like long enough, I guess. Is that the plan for bringing in Grafdigger's Cage?
I mean, I guess. I don't. Again, like with the other taxing effects available, it doesn't really feel necessary. But here we are. I mean, this company's big.
More lands.
Could swing this game around. The game is kind of a little stalled out here. Giant Killer is still there. Zim is still at 8. So there's a lot of power in play, but.
And this company has to hit a great couple cards. Like, if if I was Fim, I'll like wait for them to attack, and then try to like collect a company into like double Skyclave again, and like hit both Baffling Ends or like Baffling End and a flyer, and then like block with the 3/3 tramplers.
Yeah, I think the company's pretty face up, given that that Zvim killed the cage last turn and then paused after it and then said go like oopsie it cost 6, So.
Yeah,
I don't think that Zan's gonna walk into his company here. Zan's pretty good, So
I mean, even if
should be able to snip this one out.
Even if the company's face up, like you still attack with everything except for the Giant Killer to make sure you can like tap a blocker, but like you still attack, right?
I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, the Haven could come in too in theory, and then the Haven can tap for mana as well. So I think it's kind of interesting that Haven's not coming in, which means there's probably a lot more stuff behind for Zan too. So let's see how it is. Let's roll a D20, and that's a good one.
Okay, roll that D&D D20.
Yeah.
Let the life gain begin.
So life, grow. Now the bodies are really good here. Honestly, of course the 3/3 lines up well. You have a 2/2 and 2/3 attackers just don't line up well against these angel blockers. So Zan can tap on with Giant Killer, but now of course his life buffer is going to help a lot too. Resplendent Angel now is also a threat to attack back. So now if Zan uses Giant Killer on the Resplendent Angel to tap it, now Zim won't die. Gets to untap, activate the angel on offense, gain 5 life, make another angel, and then just start going bananas. So one of the possible cards in Zan's hand could be Giant Killer, though, which would screw that up. So if the angel gets pumped, now it's in range of Giant Killer as well. So we'll see here. It's going to be very telling what Zan does on the second main phase as far as putting other things in play or just saying go. I think if Zan says go here, it's a pretty clear tell he has Giant Killer. And then I if I'm Zim, I'm not feeling super happy about Angel. Ooh, okay.
Wow.
We got a Dusk though. So Dusk wipes some of the board.
And it wipes the Resplendent Angel. Wipes the what was the other card that killed? I can't remember. But with double Righteous Valkyrie, this would get really crazy if the Righteous Valkyries are not dealt with. And all Sim has to do is like draw an angel or two.
It's funny, as another count against Grafdigger's Cage, right now Zan has access to Dusk or Dawn, whatever it is. The other half of that card
Dusk, I think.
Creatures from the graveyard. So it looks like Zan's going to go for a big attack here. Zan can fire up both Havens, attack, post attacks before blocks, tap one of the creatures in play, and
with the Haven mana too. No, it can't use both Haven mana. Let's see, 4 damage coming in, 8 more damage coming in with the land. So we'll see how Sven blocks. This could be a little sketchy.
Yeah, so this is a very good attack from Zan. This is Zan realizing that this is going to force at least one chump block. So I imagine the Skyclave will chump block one of the Havens, and nothing else dies, and Zim goes to 2 here. So huge draws on Zim's side, but back against the wall big time.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, now the game's just over, right? We have the pieces are assembled. All of a sudden.
That was pretty good.
Back
not only
to
the best possible card, but also like an unbelievably good hit too. So
wow, going
right
to
back up 24 life.
We gained 34 life.
36. Oh, sorry, I can't even do math.
We gained 34 life that turn. Is that good? Is that good, Jim? Are they dead?
It's good for one side of the board, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, pretty brutal companies here. Now, to be fair, Zim did draw like 4 lands in a row or whatever in the mid game. So, obviously some good draw steps here back to back, but those cards have been drawn earlier, and things that have been good anyway. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, a Dawn Dusk feels like the only real out for Zan anymore, but Zim's still at 36. This is tough. This is tough.
I mean, all you can do, like, if you're Zan, like, all I would do is just laugh at the top deck company into like basically perfect. But like, you gotta like expect that at some point, right? Like, the 4 lands drawn, like you said in the mid game, you gotta expect as a company or some kind of other really good card to be drawn here. Another Valkyrie comes down. Wow.
Those are some big creatures. So I actually misread Dusk. I didn't realize the cards went back to hand, not to play. So the cage part didn't matter at all. But yeah, one Skyclave to hand, probably not going to do it here. Valkyrie pumps the team even more. I mean, this has to be lethal, right? Like,
I'm just shaking my head.
I mean, it's just like 5 lethal attackers,
and also exactly enough mana with that land drop to use Resplendent Angel.
Yeah, tap that, and we're now in chump block mode.
We went from chump blocking to them chump blocking in a split second.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to go from chump block mode to 60 life in 2 turns. That's chump to 60, under 3 seconds. Oh boy.
How many creatures is this?
However, the problem is,
right.
even if Zan draws Dawn Dusk, the Bishop of Wings just makes like 5 spirit tokens, which also ends the game. So I guess there's enough mana where Skyclave could hit the Bishop and then Dawn Dusk, but either way, that was something. Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed.
I think that might have been it. I think Ali Eldrazi lost to Mono Green.
Mono Green! Sorry, Ali. I love you, but...
So, at this point, what do we have? The Mono Green crazy no Llanowar Elves deck, no Collected Company deck against Green White Angels in the finals of Stream League 5. What do you think about that finals, Jim?
I'm a little sad because I think this is probably a pretty bad matchup for Mono Green. The Angel deck is just really, really good at beating up on creature decks, as we just saw. Light on interaction creature decks. Now, the Mono Green deck does have 4 Blizzard Brawl in the main deck, as well as 2 Vivian. So there are some cards that can kill creatures. But I got to imagine that the Angel deck is favored here for sure.
Wow. That is crazy. Literally going from 2 life, having to chump block to survive, to 60 life and opponent chump blocking in literally 2 turns.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Huge swings. Huge swings.
We're gonna go to Echo and Svim with Mono Green and Green White Angels in a second. Let's go ahead and double check to see if we have a winner interview for a webcam. Let me go ahead and double check that really quick, and then we will have the winner of that match in a winner interview, if we can go ahead and get that working. Let me go ahead and double check that really quick. Can you give us a sneak preview into the next round and how Mono Green can win the matchup? I know you mentioned Blizzard Brawl, but is there like a specific game plan that you do if you're playing Mono Green against the Angels deck with so much life gain?
I think it's just speed. It really is just like, win with die roll, Pelk Collector. The thing here is that without Llanowar Elves, this deck has 8 1-drops. It has 4 Pelk Collector, which are pretty standard, and then 4 Swarm Shambler. And Swarm Shambler is a super cool card, but it is not a very fast card. It's a slow card that's good against removal. So I think getting off to a fast start is going to be really, really important. I think being able to size up against the Bishop of Wings and be able to attack through it, getting to 4 power is going to be huge. A big difference between Zan's deck and this Mono Green deck is that the Mono Green deck has some chonkers in it. We were saying how the early game beatdowns of the Mono White deck were kind of small. It's a lot of 1/2s and 1/1s and like not really getting out of the gate super quickly. Well, the green deck has the potential to go nuts. We're talking like, attacking for 6 power on turn 3 kind of nuts. Turn 1 Pelk Collector, turn 2 Pack Leader, turn 3 any decent sized creature, get in for 6, draw a card off Pack Leader. Those kind of starts are going to be huge. So I think a lot of this is going to be how much of a fast start can Mono Green get off to, and then conversely, how much can Angels slow it down? And then if Mono Green can be in a spot where early pressure is applied, Angels makes the one big play, and Mono Green's able to like Blizzard Brawl, have that one thing to break it up and just kill him. That should be the plan. So we'll see how it plays out. I think the tools are there for both decks, though. I think that honestly, because of the size of Mono Green's creatures, that's going to be a huge boon for the Mono Green deck as opposed to Mono White.
All right, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get the winner's interview, but we will be right back with Ekil and Svim, Mono Green versus Green White Collected Company Angels in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
Welcome everybody to Stream League 5, the finals, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I'm super excited to see this matchup. No Thoughtseize, no memory lapse, no brainstorm, no expressive iteration. Where's the Phoenix? Where's the Jeskai control? We're in the finals. None of those cards are here. Where's the Llanowar Elves?
Yeah, I love it. I'm pumped for this match.
What does it take for your beloved mono green with no Llanowar Elves and no Collected Company to beat the deck playing Collected Company and a bunch of life gain in the Angels deck?
It's got to be a fast start. It's got to be a fast start and big creatures. The Bishop of Wings cannot be an effective blocker. We got to see these creatures get big fast. Pellet Collector, Girl Chamber Guardian, Gem Razor. You know, a Gem Razor on a turn 1 Swarm Shambler is a 5/5 trampler attacking on turn 3. You know, so the potential for fast starts is definitely there. Winning a Dyro wouldn't hurt either, but you know, it's got to be a fast start, and then being able to use Blizzard Brawl, you know, as a kind of a top end, finish it off. You know, if we see a turn 4, but looks like mutate Gem Razor onto a 1/1, Blizzard Brawl your thing, attack with everything. That'd probably be a winning stroke. So fast start, big creatures as fast as possible, and then again that little bit of removal on the top.
I also think, like what you said there, with the Stonecoil Serpent, would be a big deal for Mono Green to try to block the flyers, right? Not only can it become huge, right, with all the 1/1 counters and things, but blocking flyers is a huge deal as well, especially in Mono Green that doesn't usually have reach in constructed formats. So we see a lot of reach in limited formats with green decks, but not really in constructed green decks.
Yeah, a lot of sneaky reach in this deck. We got Stonecoil as reach, Gem Razor as reach, so we see a mulligan here, unfortunately. We're going to see a Pelt Collector go to the bottom. Very interesting. Decided to keep the Vivian over the Pelt Collector. Nothing to grow Pelt Collector yet. And, of course, a little awkward with the Gem Razor, too, where Gem Razor can mutate onto a Shambler, make it a 5/5 that will not trigger Pelt Collector. So, definitely a little bit of a rough start here for our mono green player. So, yeah, we're going to see the old end-step Shambler up to 2. And then Gem Razor on turn 3, attack for 6. I played the mono green deck in standard a good amount. That's a pretty common occurrence. So no 2-drop from our Angels player, and gotta imagine we're Gem Razoring here. Puts the most power on the board. And then the good news also, once Gem Razor comes down onto this Swarm Shambler, just like in standard, there is no way. I'm sorry, I lied. There's Declaration in Stone. So Skyclave cannot hit the Gem Razor because of course it's 3. That one works too. I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind. Plenty of ways to get rid of Gem Razor in this deck. I was thinking of Baffling End over Skyclave. My mistake. But Gem Razor can come in here, get in for 6, huge swing. If the Skyclave does hit this, it'll exile both the Gem Razor and the 1-drop, and if it dies, a 4/4 and a 1/1 will come out, which is pretty cool. So big turn here. Is there an answer for the 6/6 or not? If there isn't, phenomenal news for a mono green player. If there is, could definitely turn a tide here because Vivian on an empty board is not too good.
In game 1, and there's no Deck and Stone, right? There's no Giant Killer either.
There are 3 main deck Deck and Stones in this Angels.
3 main deck Deck and Stones. Svim, XN, MTG. We know why you're in the finals.
Correct. Yes. I assumed there wasn't before looking at it. I figured it was just Skyclave, but yeah, 3 Deck and Stones, 4 Skyclaves, but nothing yet. Only a Righteous Valkyrie. And again, these sorts of huge attacks are really big because keeping the Angel player life total below certain thresholds is very important. And this huge attack's going to do that. We also have Vivian here, which can outright kill the Valkyrie, keep the Gem Razor going here. This is a great start. Despite the mulligan, you know, it all would have fallen apart if Zim had an answer to this Gem Razor, but it looks like there isn't one yet. So looking pretty good here for our mono green.
And we have lethal on the backswing if there's no creature played and the Soul Warden kills the Vivian.
Yes, the face saving, correct.
So that has to be kept in mind. There could be a Collected Company here. Interesting that there's 3 main deck and Stones in the Collected Company deck, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the 1 book of Exalted Deeds and 1 of Johnny too, so probably going a little light on creatures here, but
working out so far.
Yeah, so we'll see Soul Warden take out the Vivian, and a decent play here, but still this...
wow.
There we go.
Wow.
I did say turn 5, Blizzard Brawl. If you're able to put some power in play, get a good Blizzard Brawl off, which would be really, really good here. So Brawl will take out the Angel. We can see the almost entire hand deployed. The one face Haven is going to throw things off a little bit, but Brawl, Barkhide Troll, all looking good. Extra power pump.
Wow.
And,
wow.
Definitely a somewhat risky game here from our mono green player in that, all the eggs are in this Gem Razor basket. When you mulligan to 6 in what has to be a tough matchup a little bit, this is the way to do it. Just go for it. Get it in there. Let it ride.
Especially when we saw last round in the top 4, one collected company can gain 60 life over 2 turns. So, well, here we go.
Ooh, boy.
Wow. If this is a huge collected company here, we'll see. Oh my. Ride the collected company, Svim. We have 2 big pause. There's 2 Soul Wardens in play as well. Yeah, if we get a Skyclave apparition, we just almost outright win the game. Wow.
It was really good. It was really good. Oh. Usually the pause means it's not that good, but that was unbelievable.
Or the pause means it's not that good, or it's too good to choose.
Sure. Now the thing is that the speaker here can go in for a. That's 5 or more. Never mind.
Oh man.
Well, what wasn't I counting? I missed. There's 2 off. It was only 4 life, right? Wasn't it? Isn't it 5 for an Angel?
Well, there's 2 Soul Wardens on board. 1 thing came down. That's 2 life. Am I miscounting?
Yeah, I thought it was 4. I guess I.
There's 4 life. Wait, is it 4 life or 5 for a Splendid Angel? I think it's actually
5 on the Angel.
It's 5 on
the
the
same
Angel.
As its power when it's life length, and because I was gonna think the speaker could have come in and just thrown itself away to make a 4/4 flyer.
Oh, the Soul Warden came down that same turn, so they gained life off that.
Oh, I guess Soul Warden. Got it. All right. Well, I mean,
this is probably over now.
Yeah, it was nice while it lasted, but that was a really good company. And as we said, we really can't let this deck get going here, and it is currently going, and is going hard. Yeah.
Wow.
All right. That first game was looking real good there. The mulligan to 6 was looking good, but that was a tough one.
Wow.
Tough one. So the good news is that a little more removal can come in here in Ram Through. So, and also Crawl Harpooner is pretty sweet too. So there are now more ways for the green deck to actually kill things. I think that gonna cut all 4 copies of Growth Chamber Guardian and cut Barkhide Troll. Interesting. I'm a little surprised to see Ronus still in the deck. I'm not a big fan of Ronus at all. I think the card is often very bad. There are times where it's good, but it just sits there a lot, occasionally. Well, there is a decent amount of removal in this green white deck. There's the 4 Skyclaves. After board, there's 4 Skyclave, 4 Declaration in Stone, 2 Baffling End. That's a lot.
We did see that Aronis is turned on very easily with Growth Chamber Guardian. And when Growth Chamber Guardian becomes a 4/4, or gets a counter on it, it just fetches another one, so it's easier to keep the Aronis on that way. But we saw all the Growth Chamber Guardians not in the deck post-board here.
Right, and so the density of things to turn on Ronus is pretty low. So I'm not really happy with these Ronuses here. Scavenging Ooze is not great either because a lot of things aren't going to die. Most removal is on the white side is going to be exiling removal and missing a 3rd land here. This is not a great hand. Pack Leader's great. Shambler's okay, but I'm pretty happy with the mulligan here. I think it's a very disciplined mulligan.
Ranger class, very good. We have 2 1-drops castable. Werewolf Pack Leader put back because we only have 1 green source. I like this hand on a mulligan, but we do need to draw 1 more green source to get the most out of our cards here. Especially with the second Pack Leader drawn.
Having turn 1 Pearl Collector is very important. Unfortunately, this turn 1 Soul Warden is also pretty important. There only is 1 1-drop in this Angels deck, and there only is 1 2-drop either. I'm sorry, there's also Speaker of the Heavens, but
this is
Bishop of Wings.
Wow. This is the dream. This is the dream, yeah.
Yeah, so now the Collector can go to 3 here, and we can see an attack, and then Pack Leader maybe next turn can draw a card or 2, but, if Zim has the ideal draw here, this game's going to be over pretty quickly. And so far, turn 1 and 2 have been perfect.
Both get in here. I like this attack. They have to double block the 2/2, and then the Soul Warden dies, I guess. I don't necessarily love this attack, but, what kind of position... this is a really bad position if you're Echo anyway.
I think you're very, very happy to trade your 2/2 for a Soul Warden. So I think the attack's great.
All right, Soul Warden
So,
doesn't block here. That might mean that Stim doesn't have too many ways to gain life.
yeah, it's also just like, I mean, you're actually taking more damage by blocking with the Warden to kill the 2/2. So you can take an extra point off Pill Collector.
Yeah.
And it's just 2 damage, you know. It's not that big of a deal, really. It's actually only 1 damage because of how the blocking would work out. So,
Well, yeah, especially when you can go from 2 to 60 in 2 turns.
What's up?
Especially when you can go from 2 to 60 life in 2 turns. You don't really care about taking 1 damage.
Exactly. You know, you want to keep your engine piece intact. So, a little bit of a pause here. I mean, turn 3 is a very important turn for this deck. A lot of powerful 3-drops. You know, perhaps considering a Skyclave.
Could be considering a 3/3 Angel, even though, like, if they would consider not playing that, I guess. Well, the Angel would be great here. No, the Angel would gain, what, 5 life? So it's not Resplendent Angel.
Yeah, the Resplendent Angel will be 1 short.
Wouldn't the Cleric give it 4 life for being an Angel, and then Soul Warden giving the extra life gain?
You're right. I'm thinking of the Valkyrie instead. I was thinking we gained 3, not 4. You're right. So it would have been very, very good there. Yes. Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. That's a lot of big butts.
This is like this 1, 2, 3 is with no interaction on Echo's side is not spelling great things for Echo for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. You know, we see Ronus here not really doing much. I mean, you can definitely see an attack with the pack leader and the Pel Collector just trying to draw a card off pack leader. You know, finding a Blizzard Brawl here. There's actually a good amount of kill spells available to our green player between Blizzard Brawl and Ram Through. So I think I like an attack here, and the board needs to improve for our mono green player to win this game. So gonna play Ronus. That will pump Pel Collector, but I'm sort of feeling like Pel Collector's not enough here. You know, this next turn can be so devastatingly bad.
Especially if they go like untap, company, play 2 more Angels, win the game.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the dream curve happens in game 2 after we already won game 1.
I mean, it wasn't, as far as companies go, it could have been much worse, but things are probably a little too far gone here anyway. 36 life. There's not much more to say, unfortunately.
36 life, and you're playing a mono green deck that thrives off of killing your opponent faster than most decks do. Yeah. Not looking pretty good here, especially when almost every one of Svim's cards gain life as well, already on the board with 3 cards in hand.
It feels like what has to happen here is an attack, and I think that the avenue to victory for our mono green player is to draw a Ram Through or Blizzard Brawl and be able to kill the. I guess it would have to be Brawl. It can't be Ram Through to kill the Valkyrie and shrink down the board after blocks. So, for example, if these blocks like this exactly. So, it wasn't drawn, but if a Brawl had been drawn here to kill the Valkyrie, that shrinks the Bishop. It shrinks the Youthful Valkyrie. Kind of wipes the board actually. So there was an avenue there. On that draw off pack leader to kind of take this game back and wrangle control back a little bit, but was not drawn. And
second Bishop is whew.
Yeah, we're gonna see if
oh no
Zim can make triple light here, triple digits.
Taking the Ronus, attacking for a lot at 41 life.
This is also an attack for a whole bunch, too. I mean, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16 coming. Exactly 16 coming across.
You know what this means? Play sweepers in your decks on the historic arena ladder.
Yeah, this is tough. Because the problem is that once the pack leader blocks, the game is no longer winnable, I don't think. You know,
there's a second pack leader, I guess, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, the problem is the damage has been dealt here. You know, I think that last turn was the turn. If Blizzard Brawl had been drawn, maybe it can pull through, but too far gone now. I suppose same idea. You know, if you tag up both here, you draw a card of pack leader. Once again, if it's Blizzard Brawl, you can shrink down the Valkyrie. But now the problem is you're so low on life that the random spirit tokens from these Bishop of Wings are just going to kill you. So, real tough place to be.
I mean, this would be a great place to be if it wasn't against like a horde of huge angels.
Right. I mean, Harpooner drawn, but not big enough to actually kill the Valkyrie, or anything for that
Wow.
matter.
Imagine Crawl Harpooner not killing anything with a creature engraved. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's rough.
And Svim wins Stream League 5 with green white angels. Wow.
Takes it down in dominating fashion.
Wow, that was dominant.
Yeah, those games. And that game one was only close because, 0 copies of Skyclave or Deck and Stone were drawn early. And then once one was found, the game ended immediately. So it could have been more of a blowout if one of those cards had been drawn earlier. But yeah, both those games were really, really, really busted. That game 2 hand 1, 2, 3, 4 company. Woof. Yeah, a little unfortunate for our mono green player to not find the removal spells. There were a lot of them, 4 Blizzard Brawl, 3 copies of Ram Through, 2 copies of Harpooner. So the tools were there. There were enough removal spells where drawing one off of one of those pack leader draws wouldn't have been crazy. But unfortunately, not in the cards. And the Angels run away with it as they do when they're left unimpeded.
Wow, we saw Zansad go down with mono white. We saw Ali Eldrazi go down with Niv Mizzet Reborn. We saw a lot of really interesting decks here. No Jeskai control. No Brainstorm in the finals. Well, what else was it? No Landlord Elves in the mono green deck. This is a little interesting, but watching the streamers battle against each other and a win come in the finals that doesn't have Brainstorm and someone getting locked with Memory Lapse and expressive iterations all over the place and Arclight Phoenixes all over the place. Maybe people are just trying out new things because they want to try out new things, which is good because this is for one of the first tournaments after the new set has come out for Historic, and we've seen how these cards have impacted Historic with this mono green deck making it to the finals. Congratulations to Svim. Let's reminisce on Ekil, on the mono green deck making it this far. What do you think is the reason why he made it all the way to the finals?
These new cards are sweet. Honestly, I think Werewolf Pack Leader is phenomenal. I think Ranger Class is a pretty sweet card. A really, really interesting merger of, themes here with Ranger Class giving +1/+1 counters to Growth Chamber Guardian, really cool. I do think that I would like to see 4 Llanowar Elves in his deck. I sort of understand how, everything in his deck is very +1/+1 counter centric and beatdown centric. I think Llanowar Elves is probably too good not to play. The burden of proof on you saying you don't want to play Llanowar Elves in your mono green deck is really, really high. But overall, I love the build of his deck. I think it's really, really cool. It's very, very clever. It's got a lot of great synergy cards. Snow stuff with the Blizzard Brawl seems awesome. And also just a lot of really new cards here. Ranger Class, Pack Leader, all looking really good. Deck's just really cool.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to try to get a winner's interview here with Svimix and MTG. As of right now, we cannot do it because they're not on our platform. I would love to talk to Svimx and MTG, the winner of Stream League number 5. He is our new Stream League 5 champion. Congratulations to Ekil as well for making it to the finals with a crazy, awesome, brand new version of Mono Green. You're more than welcome to try that deck out for yourself. The top 8 deck list will be listed on Twitter. This is a $1,000 tournament sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. So these players will get a lot of CoolStuffInc.com store credit as well. Congratulations to all the players that made top 8 and for a really, really fun tournament, especially since D&D set Adventures of the Forgotten Realms just came out. As in general for this entire tournament from the decks that we've seen, what do you think Historic could look like in the next coming weeks with some new cards added, Jim?
Actually really impressed with the number of new cards that were played in this tournament. Forgotten Realms feels like more of a standard set to me, which is good, by the way. I think people have been saying a little bit like this set's underpowered. That's not a bad thing, folks. We don't need Modern and Historic to be in complete upheaval every time a new set comes out, and I don't think there's a ton of cards, or I didn't think there was a ton of cards from a set that would affect Historic. And here we are looking at this mono green deck with 8 new cards in it. The Angel deck didn't have as many. It actually had the 1 copy of Book of Exalted Deeds. We saw the other Angel deck playing the book alongside the Faceless Haven combo, which is super cool. And, it's Not a huge impact, but that's a good thing. Sometimes, the little subtle changes, a few cards here, a few cards there are nice. For a long time, Modern operated in that space where it was, new set would come out, mostly the same crop of decks would be hanging out, maybe in one new deck here or there, but decks would change a little bit here, a little bit there, kind of subtle. And that's cool. I like that. It doesn't need to be upheaval every single time. So impressed with the number of cards that I saw. I'm sure there are other cards that are, going to find their way in as well, which is super cool. We also saw some dragons early on, which is kind of cool too. So I'm happy. I think the Magic design and the Magic sets are going in a good direction as far as design goes.
What do you think of the not presence or lack thereof of the Jeskai control decks and the Phoenix decks? Do you think just people didn't want to play them, or also, how do you think this mono green deck or this Angels deck pairs up against those decks?
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, honestly. I think that it was just a tournament full of streamers, and streamers are often apt to kind of play that cool new deck or try this cool new thing, be a little more, not safe with their choices. A more, grizzled tournament player who's looking just to win the tournament no matter what at all costs might have, played Phoenix Jeskai. So I think there's always an amount of, you see this in the ladder, you see this in tournaments of just wanting to try out the new cards either way. So I think it's a bit of that. The results of this tournament are not saying that like Arc-Light Phoenix isn't good anymore.
Yeah.
It still is, but I think that's mostly it. Mostly just a desire to want to try new things and see how the new cards play out.
Out of the cards that we've seen, out of the new cards from Adventures in Forgotten Realms, what cards are you most excited to play with, or have already played with, or if you're playing competitively in Historic?
In Standard or Historic?
Historic.
I don't think there's a ton. I am very impressed with that wolf, the werewolf pack leader. It's just a really solid card on rate, and sort of does everything you'd want your aggressive creature to do. A 3/3 for 3 or for 2 it's there. You need more than that to be playable and constructed, but that's the base rate you're looking for on an aggressive creature. And the fact that it can draw cards pretty easily, it has a pump ability, it gives it trample. It does a lot of things you want to do. It provides an element of velocity that these aggro decks don't usually really have. Usually you see the aggro deck kind of putter out. And the fact that this mono green deck has the ability to draw cards off pack leader, it can use Growth Chamber Guardian, draw more cards. It has Faceless Haven as a little extra damage in the mana base. That's a lot of things happening, as well as the rogue class. Ranger class going up to the 3rd chapter and being able to play Frenzy at the top too. So this is like an aggro deck that's not afraid to flood. There's plenty of things to do with your mana, plenty of cards to draw, and that element's really useful.
Also, we've seen like that 2 mana 3/3 rate that you were talking about. Pack Leader just takes the cake on those. There's a couple other cards that are in the game, being a 2 mana creature, having that 3/3. And have additional extra upside, like Zertog Goblin. Not really playable enough in Gruul. Not better than Voltaic Brawler. It's a 2 mana that can be a 3/3, but also can be a 2/2 with haste. We also have a card that's also played in the same deck that Ekil is playing as a Barkhide Troll. It's also a 2 mana 3/3 with a 1/1 counter, but you can remove the 1/1 counter to give it hexproof, which is also an upside. But the fact that Pack Leader is a 3/3 that also draws cards, that also becomes bigger and gains trample, it just takes the cake for the best 2 mana 3/3 here in the format.
Yeah, and it doesn't ask much either. Attacking with 6 power is kind of what you're trying to do anyway.
Yeah.
So fail state, it's a good sized creature. Upside, you're beating down and drawing cards, which is great.
Yep. Well, congratulations once again to Sphimex and MTG for making the Hall of Fame of Stream League, winning Stream League 5, joining the ranks of Mythic Matt that won Stream League 1, Crows that won Stream League 2, Exit 93 that won Stream League 3, and Elliot Dragon that won Stream League 4 with mono black aggro. Taking the win here with Green White Angels with Collected Company and main deck 3 copies of Deck and Stone. Congratulations once again to Sphimex and MTG, and we'll see you in Stream League 6 coming soon in about a month or two. And thank you once again, Jim Davis and CoolStuffInc.com for sponsoring this amazing tournament, and we'll see you next time.